Volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Terry Crews.
Actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her?
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Keep a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve! Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is you over 30 years ago.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
And this is your mom when you drive her back from therapy.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Roles change without us noticing. And in your new role, we help you help. AARP gives you the information to help care for your mom so that you can have patience with her, just like she did with you. Visit aarp.org/caregiving or call 1-877-333-5885 to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one.
Are we there yet?
Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP, we help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
It's a big night for New York sports, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Mets look like they're going to go up. Well, it's going to be tied 1-1. The New York Yankees are going to be on in just a few moments. And the Jets, yes, no more Bambi. Now a new term for a new coach or an interim coach with the New York Jets against the Buffalo Bills in just a few moments. Donte DiVincenzo feuds with Tom Thibodeau and Rick Brunson. Haason Reddick hires Drew Rosenhaus as his new agent. And Robert Saleh wanted to hire Eric Bieniemy or Kliff Kingsbury as his offensive coordinator. It seems like it's all New York tonight on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Speedy, Petey, and our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. No scoops tonight. It is his birthday. Happy birthday to Tommy Scoops. Enjoy your dinner with your family. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It's been a very long weekend for yours truly. And you too, Speedy. It's been absolutely long. No sleep. And I wasn't feeling well today, but I have to, the show must go on. That show must be on live. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as I've always been. I don't walk away from live shows at all, with all the sports going on here in New York, including the New York Mets now knocking off the LA Dodgers. It's final as they tie the series 1-1 after getting killed last night the way they did. They come back. They were up 6-0, a little worrisome in the middle of the innings. I think it was 6th or 5th inning where the Mets kind of fell apart, but they kept it. They kept themselves up, and then they win the game today. So the Mets are tied 1-1. The Yankees start the ALCS with the Cleveland Indians. Yes, you heard it. The Cleveland Indians, game number 1, which is starting in just a few moments. And the New York Jets, ladies and gentlemen, are about to start in about a half an hour. So if you're a Jet fan, as I am, this is the worst night to do a live radio show. I know there's going to be very few people concentrating on us because the Jets and the Yankees are playing. But guess what? If you want to watch the games, you still can watch the games. You can listen to us because I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of yelling tonight by me. So it'll definitely be enjoyable if you're listening to a Yankee and Jets fan, and I'm going to have to watch this absolute terrible. It's a terrible night. It's just an absolute terrible night for me. I had nothing to say on that. I just have nothing to say. But we have a great show lined up for you at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking to former Brewers pitching prospect Braden Webb. He will be joining us. And now he's in the Mexican League, as we've had a lot of people on the show from the Mexican League. And at 8:30, we'll be talking to former Pirates, Rockies, and Cardinals catcher Michael McKenry. He's been on our show before. Very good personality. Very excited to have him on the show. I'm sure he has his own thoughts with the Yankees and the Indians as we're watching, Rodon on the mound. I have no idea why the Yankees decided to start Rodon in game number 1, especially what we've seen in the last series against Kansas City. It didn't look well. It didn't bode well for the New York Yankees. But during the Knicks preseason game versus the Timberwolves, Donte DiVincenzo was feuding with both Tom Thibodeau and Rick Brunson. After the game, Brunson came into the handshake line with the players and coaches and started yelling at DiVincenzo. Brunson allegedly got angry because he thought DiVincenzo was trash-talking the Knicks players, including Jalen Brunson. DiVincenzo said his comments were directed to Tom Thibodeau, who told him he was going to have a bench role with the Knicks after trading for Mikal Bridges. Many fans thought DiVincenzo was thanking Thibodeau for trading him and taking shots at him for not being able to finish at the hoop. DiVincenzo set the Knicks single-season record of three-pointers last season with 283. Now, I didn't get a chance to watch a game until today. I actually was watching it early this morning, and Speedy was actually watching it in the other room, and I was like, when is this going to happen? And then I actually saw the back-and-forth banter with him and Tom Thibodeau. And you know what's so interesting about the New York Knicks? And, the stories behind Tom Thibodeau. He's had a lot of problems with ex-players. He had some problems with Carl Anthony Towns before he left Minnesota. There were stories coming out that he wasn't getting along with Carl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. And maybe that's why he got fired. We also heard stories with the Celtics before he decided to walk away and take a job with the Chicago Bulls. I don't know if anybody remembers that. He had a problem with Doc Rivers, and there were stories coming out that he wasn't getting along with Doc Rivers, and he wasn't getting along with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. So obviously, Tom Thibodeau has his own thoughts with ex-players, and he's a very aggressive coach. He preaches defense. And Donte DiVincenzo was a very good defensive player for the New York Knicks and a very good shooter for the New York Knicks. And I think he made his money after last season playing for the New York Knicks, because the Knicks gave Donte DiVincenzo an $11 million contract. He's still under another 2 years under his contract, of 3 years from the contract that he signed with the Knicks. He was underpaid, because right now, if Donte DiVincenzo had the season that he had last year with the Knicks, he probably is making between 20 and 25 million. Donte DiVincenzo is very sour about how he was treated at the end of his Knicks term. He was only there 1 year. He had a fantastic year. He played so very well in the playoffs, especially against Indiana. He was really the only person that showed up in that series because of all the injuries that they had. And he didn't like that the Knicks were going to push him to the side because of Mikal Bridges, that he was going to be pushed to the side because of all the acquisitions that they made. Payne, bringing him in, and then obviously Karl Anthony Towns after the trade. He was not happy that he was traded out of New York. He thought that he deserved another season with this team. And obviously some of his good friends, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, and Mikal Bridges. And some people thought that the Knicks were trying to make this the Nova Knicks. And he absolutely was not shocked when he was traded, because obviously he came out days before he was traded in the Karl Anthony Towns trade, stating that he wasn't very happy the way the team was treating him as a player that actually produced for the team last season and doing what he did offensively for them in the playoffs. He didn't like to be pushed to the side, and he felt that the Yankees were pushing him to the side for obviously Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns and all the different moves that they made in the offseason. Now, Donte DiVincenzo has obviously his own thoughts on how he should be treated as a professional basketball player. This is a business. Jalen Brunson would be the first person to tell you that. You think Jalen Brunson wanted Donte DiVincenzo traded? I don't think so. I don't think Josh Hart wanted Donte DiVincenzo traded. Both these guys were a part of Jalen Brunson's wedding party when he was married in the summer last year. He's very close with Donte DiVincenzo. Now, I don't know what his beef is with Rick Brunson. I have no idea. Maybe there's a lot more in depth behind it. I don't believe Jalen Brunson and Donte DiVincenzo has problems with each other on and off the court. They didn't look like it all off season last year. They look like they're very, very close. But whatever it is, it stirs up really the Tom Thibodeau thing, because Tom Thibodeau obviously didn't look at Donte DiVincenzo as one of his favorites. And Donte knew that. And when Donte probably found out after this season that he wasn't one of his favorites, he had his own thoughts to it. And I'm sure he spoke to the brass in the offseason about the way the Knicks were going to use him after the Mikal Bridges trade. And Mikal Bridges is a better player than Donte DiVincenzo. I think everybody obviously would believe that. Now, the fact is, when you bring in a player of that magnitude, Mikal Bridges, and giving up a significant amount of draft picks, you gave up 5 first-round draft picks from Mikal Bridges. You're obviously going to use him more in the offense. You're going to use him more in the lineup. You're not going to, you're not going to push him to the side and you're going to be a bench player. You're not going to spend that kind of money, which you're going to probably extend Mikal Bridges if you're not going to start him every single game. And he's going to play at least 30 minutes, 35 minutes because of the money he's probably going to make. Nevertheless, Donte DiVincenzo has a gripe. He does. He's obviously a fan favorite. A lot of Knick fans were cheering for him. They posted up a video of him for all the great things that he did last year, especially in the playoffs. And a lot of Knick fans didn't like that he was a part of that Julius Randle, Karl Anthony Towns trade. But Again, you have to give something to get. Look at what Karl Anthony Towns did in a preseason game. He had 16 and 16 in a preseason game. If you get 16 and 16 all season long from Karl Anthony Towns, you have a very good chance of winning a lot of games. You're speaking probably between 55 and 60 games. Now, the Knicks won, I think, 53 or 54 games last year. They're going to win at least 6 or 7 more games, and that's significant when it comes to basketball. That could definitely set you up as the 1 seed. And being the 1 seed, it opens up many possibilities to get you all the way to the NBA championship. And that's what the Knicks want to do. They want to win an NBA championship, which they haven't won in, 45, 48 years. The position the Knicks are in right now wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Leon Rose. Donte DiVincenzo should thank Leon Rose for giving him an opportunity to possibly start in Minnesota. He wasn't going to start in New York because there's too much talent. You're paying too much talent there. Jalen Brunson's going to make a lot of money. Mikal Bridges is going to get an extension. Karl Anthony Towns is making over $170, $180 million. OG Anunoby is making $240 million. You're not starting over those guys. And Josh Hart is the heart of the New York Knicks. So you're not starting over any of those personalities that are going to be on the court. And yes, you're going to be cut down with time on the court. So what the Knicks did for you is send you to Minnesota where you're going to have a chance to play. So you have a gripe? Because of that, it's 51 years. I'm sorry, Keith. I don't know exactly. I wasn't alive for it. But it was over 45, 48 years. If you say 51, it's 51 years. The fact is, the New York Knicks have a chance to win a championship this year. Vegas has them third as the third team to possibly win an NBA championship. The odds are very, very high for them. They beat Minnesota in a preseason game. Their odds, I think, are 4th or 5th right now. Anthony Edwards is a superstar. Now, they all played in a full game. That was a preseason game. They all practically played the whole preseason game. They all played very, very hard. Anthony Edwards played hard. Karl Anthony Towns played hard. Jalen Brunson played hard. They all played hard. I look at, right now, the position that the Knicks are, it's win or, to me, it's a bust. They have to go to the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. They have to compete against the Celtics. They're better than Philadelphia. They're better than Milwaukee. They're better than Miami. They're better than all those teams in Eastern Conference. They're comparable to the Boston Celtics. As a matter of fact, I think the Knicks have more depth than the Boston Celtics. Every single player is practically a two-way player now. The Knicks are going to be the best two-way basketball team in the NBA. As long as they stay healthy. Donte DiVincenzo has to understand that the Knicks did him a favor. Julius Randle didn't want to be there, as we all know. Because the day before, they all went to a Julius Randle event, and some people believe that the Knicks gave him an offer and he wouldn't take it. So the day after, they traded him for Karl Anthony Towns. Donte DiVincenzo has to understand something. It's not about him. It's not even about the fans that loved him. It's about the team. And the team and the organization wants to win a title. And right now, he, in as far as Leon Rose is concerned and Tom Thibodeau, he wasn't the right fit moving forward with the roster that they have set up. That doesn't mean that Donte DiVincenzo wasn't a good Knick for the year that he was there. It doesn't mean that Donte DiVincenzo wasn't valued. He just wasn't valued enough for this team. And unfortunately, somebody has to be the one and the odd man out. And he was the odd man out. They had to make this trade. This was a big trade for the Knicks. They're not going to have Mitch Robinson back until February. They need size. They were very weak on the size part. Mikal Bridges right now, going at him and Sims are practically the big men on this team. They would have played small all season long against teams like Milwaukee, Miami, Minnesota, any of these teams that have size. The Knicks are going to have problems against those. Philadelphia, Cleveland. They needed Karl-Anthony Towns. So the trade had to happen. Now, a lot of people are questioning because it didn't work over there in Minnesota with Karl-Anthony Towns with Tom Thibodeau. But this is a different roster. This is a different team. I think this team has more depth than Minnesota did when he was over there in Minnesota.
Yeah,
Maybe because he was the GM. Maybe he was doing both jobs and he wasn't concentrating on one.
Way more depth than Minnesota. Minnesota was like a young team at the time, like a team of the future, apparently.
Well, they had Jimmy Butler there. They had Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, they had top end talent, not depth though, like the Knicks do. Like the Minnesota Timberwolves bench players. One of them was an Olympic volleyball player just this summer and won, I think, a silver medal. The other one was a guy that Shabazz Napier, I believe it was, who was a UConn sensation, and then he goes in the NBA and absolutely busts. Like that was their bench depth at the time. They had a good core. They played a little bit with Anthony Edwards, and Edwards was drafted a little after, I think Thibodeau's last year with Minnesota. So, even you didn't even get a chance with that kind of thing either. And you hope that kind of thing can mend the relationship with those two. But it's 8 years later. They're both more mature by now. Tom Thibodeau definitely evolved last year. We talk about the pace of play all the time. He evolved in that, getting these players more involved in the coaching decisions. I think he got more involved in that.
And Minnesota was very young, Keith. It doesn't matter. There's talent there. They didn't show up in a lot of these games. They didn't play team defense. And that's what Tom Thibodeau actually preaches. Right. And Tom Thibodeau doesn't really work with young players. But again, you have a bunch of superstars. You have a bunch of great players. You're going to find a way to produce. And they didn't. And is Karl-Anthony Towns going to play as well now with a roster that has a tremendous amount of talent where they have the depth? Now, again, he's not going to be that superstar player. He's not the number one. He might not even be the number two on this team. He could be the number three, possibly. Now, Karl-Anthony Towns, a lot of people will predict, is going to be the number two guy. But after watching yesterday and watching what he did against Minnesota, he's really going to be the number three guy. Mikal Bridges looks like he's going to be the number two. Now, it could change every single night with the talent that they have there. But nevertheless, it's not his team anymore. It was his team over there in Minnesota when Tom Thibodeau was there because he wasn't the young player. The young player was Anthony Edwards. He was still trying to develop. Right. He was 18, 19 years old. So again, you look at the position that the Knicks were in when they decided to move Randall and Donte DiVincenzo. They had to make a decision. Are they going to bring in a guy that's going to help them win and get over the hump, which they haven't been to an NBA championship since 99? Or are they going to sit with the team that they have and hope that this roster, even with Randall and DiVincenzo, when you look at the depth, there's a little bit more depth there. Is that enough when it comes to their size, even with Mitch Robinson coming back, where they're going to get over the hump against the Celtics? Because right now, the Celtics have a tremendous amount of size. They have two superstars on that team, maybe even three if you look at, obviously, the different point guards they have now. I mean, there's an opportunity now that the Knicks could be looked as the team to beat in the Eastern Conference. Going into this season, before the Karl-Anthony Towns trade, they weren't even, I don't even think they were top five.
No, they were like top five, maybe in the East, barely, but even that was a question.
Now they're top three in all of the NBA. So this was a move the Knicks had to make.
And you bring up a good point with the Celtics, too. Like, I think a lot of NBA teams have to make those kinds of tough moves that get them to that final echelon. The Celtics were stuck for a while in the Eastern Conference Finals. They made one NBA Finals, and they had to trade a fan favorite in Marcus Smart, a guy that all Celtics fans have stood by for about 10 years, including Jeff, a former Celtics fan, and now claims he's a Knicks fan. But nevertheless, those are the tough decisions you have to make. And I think DiVincenzo garnered on being a fan favorite with the Knicks as well. But unfortunately, those are the tough decisions you have to make as a championship upward organization. The Toronto Raptors is a good example of that, too.
And by the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Keith. Yes, Anthony Edwards was there when Tibbs was there.
Yeah, I think his last year there before he got fired.
He was there.
He was there. Yeah.
So, yes, he was.
Yeah.
He was there. And I remember when he was drafted and Thibodeau was still the coach there.
Keith, call back later. We have a guest literally in like 3 minutes, and Fish has to still get his point into, which I'm going to bring him in a few minutes. I just wanted to say, like, those are the power moves that these teams have to make to get to that echelon. The Raptors did it with trading DeRozan, a fan favorite, to get Kawhi Leonard. The Warriors did it giving up Harrison Barnes and all these other guys to get Kevin Durant. It happens for a while, and this is the move for the Knicks to try to get their chance. Fish.
This is very Yankee-esque right now. They had no men out, first and second. Aaron Judge strikes out, and now Wells hits into, he hits the other guys to second and third, and now there's 2 outs, and they're not going to get a run in. This is very Yankee-esque.
I don't know, man. Big G is up. Big G's been having a hot postseason.
I'm still worried about this team. They have to get up early against this team because Cleveland likes to play with the lead, and they have the pitching to play with the lead. So, anyways, but go ahead. What are your thoughts to the whole Donte DiVincenzo? I know you watched it and you wanted to get into the story. So, Donte obviously went a little crazy on Tom, went a little crazy, obviously, with Brunson's father. What were your thoughts to it?
So, afterwards, they all say they didn't say these things. And Donte gets on social media. He said, I wasn't yelling at Tibbs. It was something about what something had just said. It had nothing to do with it. Everyone's blowing things out of proportion. But he did not say anything about the interference of Rick Brunson in the post game. Not Jalen, his father, Rick, former Nick as well. And they just had a shouting match. Like as they were coming, it was like they almost had a fight in between, like just a handshake aisle. Like Julius Randle's in there in street clothes, laughing it up with old guys, and Dante's pissed, man. I would be pissed too. Well, look, Minnesota's a good team. They went very far last year as well, as we know, but it's not the same as that group that they had, that Nova Knicks group where he had all those minutes last year and he got to show everyone what he could do.
Sorry, he got under
it. Was a beautiful thing.
He got under it.
Not as beautiful. He's really on it right now. He just missed that one.
He got under it. If he just waited just 1 centimeter of a second, that would have been gone. But this is very Yankee-esque. This is the problem with the Yankees. And Rodon usually falls apart in the 3rd or 4th inning. So if the Yankees can't get an early lead and Rodon gets into this problem where he can't get anybody out in the 3rd or 4th inning, they can't play comeback like they did against Kansas City because Cleveland has the good relief pitching. Now, I'm not saying Kansas City doesn't have great relief pitching. They do. But I think Cleveland has the best bullpen in baseball. Even though they have not played like that so far in the playoffs, they're still very, very good in that bullpen. So
it's one of the best bullpens like the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Top 10.
I'm sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. I'm feeling the same thing about this bullpen of Cleveland's. I kind of want to see it earlier than later. I'm kind of interested in them taking a lot of pitches and making them overuse that bullpen so late in the series they fall apart. I think it's gonna be a long drawn out. We'll talk about that later tonight.
It also bothers me that the Yankees are playing tonight and the Jets are playing in just a few moments. So I got to go back and forth. And Speedy, you're gonna give me the control because I'm gonna control it. Okay, because it just makes me sick. And could you imagine that both teams lose tonight? That would make me really, really sick. You want to talk about somebody that's going to get so angry that you're going to see this computer probably get thrown against the wall or my mic being spit out of my mouth because I'm going to bite it off. I am absolutely sick to my stomach that I have to do a live show and watch both my teams. Obviously, the Jets with Bambi gone with a new interim coach, and then the Yankees playing in the ALCS. They haven't been in a World Series for how long? I mean, I am not excited about tonight. Cool. And hopefully they both win, but not likely with my luck.
Cool. Everyone get mad at first. Aaron Boone or Jeff Ulbrich. We'll find out.
Both. I expect both of them to make at least 1 or 2 mistakes.
I'm sure they will, but it's not as bad as, like having your team go up against the worst rated pass defense in the league last night and then absolutely put up a bagel in passing game the entire game, have 1 rushing touchdown, score 7 points against the worst passing defense in the league going into the game. I know they got their D tackles back, but come on, guys. That was terrible by the Giants last night.
Did that last year against the Chargers.
It was, of course, I loaded up on Giants last night and lost.
Everybody wants to blame Daniel Jones. That's what everybody wants to do because he threw that ball up and it was intercepted. It was a bit. He shouldn't have thrown the ball down the middle of the field. I obviously believe that he made a mistake, but how could you, when you see the offensive line, and we'll get in, I'm telling you, we will get into football. when you see that offensive line just give him no time to make any plays or see the field the way he could see the field or how he's seen the field the last 3 weeks, you obviously will see a lot of mistakes from Daniel Jones because he's going to put himself in a bad position. But they don't have any guys that can find the seams. They don't, besides Neighbors, there's nobody. And now Slayton there, he has these big plays once or twice a game, but that's not enough. They need a guy that's consistent. That's why I was sitting at the bar and I was telling everybody Higgins would be the perfect fit for the New York Giants on the other side, especially watching him catch the ball last night. I mean, he's going to be available. He's definitely going to be available. I would like to see, I'm not a Giant fan, but I'd like to see the Giants give Daniel Jones another weapon, which they don't have. So.
Yeah, Slayton's not that guy. He proved it last night. He got shut down by Cam Taylor-Britt. So I would say, as far, look, just go back to the Knicks. Donte wasn't going to get the minutes this year. We all know that. He's a good player. He doesn't want to be that guy that's going to depress his value. He's going to a place that's going to make him the most money. He's going to get over it. I'm going to get over it. I loved watching him. That big play last year in the playoffs where he hit the 3 to win it. A couple of times he had some key big baskets, some good defensive series. The Knicks just had to level up, though. Look, you got to go with Towns. You got to go with Bridges every time over just keeping the Donte, Julius Randle unit together. It's just not even close to as good. What are you guys talking about? Like, I'm sorry. It's just a business. It's a better team with those guys. We love you, Donte. Maybe you find your way coming back to us one day.
I don't know if that's going to happen after yesterday. I don't see Tom Thibodeau or the Knicks making a move at any point going into the trade deadline, where if Minnesota decides they want to part ways with him, that he or the Knicks will agree to that trade. And again, it's not what he thinks, but is Leon Rose, after seeing what he saw last night, going to make a trade for Donte DiVincenzo? I can't see it. I think after that, I think he weighed out his welcome as far as the New York Knicks are concerned. So unfortunately that it happens. That's sports. And Donte DiVincenzo still has a chance to win a title. He's in Minnesota. He's playing with Anthony Edwards. That team is loaded still. Even without Karl Anthony Towns, that's a very good team. And they could absolutely win a title with that team. It's different when you had your buddies over here in New York. I understand he's upset. I understand he believes he was tossed to the side. But look at Julius Randle. He helped build that team. He helped, rebuild that team into a contending team. And look at him. He gets traded too. And he was the guy that, was traded. I mean, brought in free agency and then signed that extension, a couple of years ago. And he gets tossed to the side because he didn't want to sign that other extension. He wanted more money. So he wanted he wanted it to be comparable to what OG Anunoby got. And the Knicks just thought, hey, you're closer to the 30 age. And we're not paying you that kind of money. So it happens. Unfortunately, it happened to a good guy. And Donte DiVincenzo will be missed. And he's a fun player to watch. And I'm looking forward to seeing him again when he plays Minnesota again. I think it's in sometime in November or December. So it's before the new year where we'll see him play at Madison Square Garden again. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for the Knicks. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to former Brewers pitching prospect, our friend Braden Webb. And now he's pitching in Mexico. We know a lot of we know a lot of players playing in the Mexican League, but we're very happy to have him on here on the Sports Loudmouth. But now, our Sports Minute with not Tommy Scoops, with Mr. Aaron Fishman, Mr. Fishy.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Hey guys, Aaron Fishman filling in for Tommy Scoops tonight. Got a couple of stories, a little serious side to start. Jim Harbaugh, you may have noticed if you're watching the game, had to be pulled off of the sideline right before the start of the game. Turns out he had a regular heartbeat, and now it comes out today he's going to be wearing a heart monitor next couple of weeks. No surgery, might need surgery in the offseason. Scary moment there for Jim Harbaugh. Actually, John Harbaugh was in a presser at the end of his game and was pulled off to the side in the middle of the presser when this news came out. Second story, the top pick in the NHL draft who went straight to the pros, Macklin Celebrini for the San Jose Sharks, already on the IR after a great goal and assist start to his career, is going to miss a few games with a lower body injury. So he will be out for a little bit. Some funnier side stories, on the other hand, we got Coach Stefanski of the Browns saying that Deshaun Watson gives the Browns the best shot to win. I don't think anyone who's watched the Browns would think that anyone is going to be worse than what Deshaun Watson's doing. And advanced metrics would agree with you. He's been absolutely terrible. That makes you wonder what other options they have over there in Cleveland that would be worse than Deshaun Watson. Only a few years ago, they could have had Baker Mayfield, who had 4 touchdowns yesterday. And in the funniest thing I've heard in a while, the great "I'm a man, I'm 40" speech, Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State University head football coach, has been in the news for some good, some bad reasons over the years. Well, today he couldn't meet with the press in person because he got headbutted by the cattle on his ranch, giving him a black eye and a pussy face. That is the news for today, boys. And we'll back to you with our first guest on Sports Loudmouth.
This is the
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. That's my boy, Ernie. He's a big, well-known producer right now. He's all over Spotify. You can check it out, Speedy. You can post it up on our feed for anybody to go check out all the great music that he is producing right now throughout the world. Thank you to Ernie. We will be playing a lot of his music throughout the show, so everybody can check it out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know he's been waiting patiently. This is a guy that we respect. We've had him on the show quite a few times, and I know he knows his baseball. He's in Mexico right now. We're now talking to former Brewers pitching prospect, Braden Webb. Braden, what's up, buddy?
What's up, dudes? How we doing?
Well,
Wow.
Not very good because I'm watching the Jets and watching the Yankees on the same night. It's not something that I'm very intrigued when it comes to both my teams. One, because the Jets are starting with an interim coach and they're in MetLife and they're playing the Buffalo Bills. They have a chance to take first place. If they lose, they could be down they'll be 2-4, and they could be looking on their. They could be looking outside of the playoffs. They're in a bad position right now. They have to win. This is a must win. And Buffalo right now has lost 2 games in a row too. I don't remember the last time Buffalo lost 3 games in a row. So this is a big night for the New York Jets to really prove their worth as an organization. If they can knock off the Buffalo Bills in MetLife, which they should because it's a home game, the Jets are in first place in the AFC East. So that's something exciting. And then Yankees, ALCS, they haven't been in the World Series in quite a long time. This could be a good way to move forward there. And I don't want to see a Subway Series, but it's good for New York. So how are you, my friend?
I'm great. And I hope, if I know anything, it's to never bet against Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
The Yankees, on the other hand, you can bet against them. No offense, but
well, I bet against Aaron Rodgers because this isn't the same Aaron Rodgers. Now we don't
it's
know.
Still Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, I know. I want to believe that. I know no more Bambi. Okay, I don't know if you know who Bambi is. We called Robert Saleh Bambi. We're the only. By the way, if anybody uses that nickname, they're stealing it from me. Okay, because I'm the one who gave him that nickname, and he's a deer in the headlights. Thank God Bambi is gone. He's no longer a part of that organization, and now they have a new interim head coach. He was there in Ulbrich. I'll have to figure out a nickname.
Killing me.
Don't trust me. You haven't seen enough of our graphics. We're a completely different show since the last time you've been on. We have Aaron Fishman as our executive producer. He's been building our graphic page for the last, I would say, 6 months. So.
Yeah, Braden, you were actually the first guest on Fish's first show.
Yeah. What's up?
So, by the way, as Keith is saying, stop, I'm a KC fan. There's no way I'm a KC fan, and neither is Fish. I can't stand the Kansas City Chiefs. I know you're kidding around, but nevertheless, let's get into some baseball because obviously you watch a lot. You're playing the Mexican League. There's a guy that was in the Mexican League, still is in the Mexican League right now, and he's a pitcher. Are you kind of getting my drift here? He was a Cy Young winner. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Trevor Bauer.
That's right. Trevor Bauer, who I think should be in the major leagues. I don't understand why he is not in the major leagues. I understand the things that he did on and off the field, but even in court, he wasn't proven guilty of anything that he did. So he should be in the majors. But because he's not a likable person on the stupid, crazy things that he did on the Reds and on Cleveland, I understand he's got a weird personality, but you have to like that about him. You like that he has.
I mean, I 100% I agree with you. I think that he should be in the big leagues. I still think that there's several players in the Mexican League that should be in the big leagues that aren't in the big leagues, and it's because of I think playing baseball in the United States is very political to an extent. I'm not saying that I would never go back to it, obviously, because of that. Everybody wants to be in the big leagues. Everybody wants to play there, so it's always the dream. But like you said, Trevor was acquitted of all the accusations and things, and never once lost any of those hearings. But the guy went from winning a Cy Young award to not playing in the United States anymore. And if you're gonna sit here and tell me that on all 30 teams there's 5 starters that are better than him or have better stuff than him, then you're not telling the truth.
No,
I
even
mean,
the
look at what he did in Japan last year, where Shohei Ohtani came from. He went over into that league and dominated it, won the Cy Young there, the Japanese Cy Young or whatever. Then comes to Mexico, does what he does in Mexico, which, by the way, I'm super salty about that whole situation because I should have had more wins than him in that league, and we'll let it go across that. But anyways, he just is. He's that good. I mean, he's been in any league, and he's been in almost every league now. Oh, what do you want him to do? Go play indie ball? Like, I mean,
Venezuela or go to
Yeah.
the Dominican Republic in the summer, in the summertime.
I don't know if he would play winter ball, but I could see if he did.
winter balls.
If he did end up going to play winter ball, then I could see him going to the Dominican Republic just to show everybody that he's still better than 90% of the starting rotations in the MLB right now. Yeah, in baseball. It's just it's something else has to be going on, because I know he was very outward and very vocal about the whole Rob Manfred situation, which
So am I,
everybody.
by the way. So am I.
Yes, because I remember us getting into it, like talking about it last time.
Oh, I still
You
attack
you
him.
can't go for, and another thing about Trevor is that he came out and was like, yeah, I know that I've said all these things, but I apologize. And he tried to be the bigger person on the whole situation. He said, I'll sign for the league minimum. So why hasn't any team said, here you go?
Yep. And the other guys that have been brought in before them had issues
Yeah.
similarly. Aroldis Chapman, Domingo Germán, they're signed no problem for what they did.
Yeah.
And he's not.
I don't. I'll keep those thoughts to myself. Never mind.
Well, I'm not, because both guys have done vicious things and they've gotten away with it. And that's the thing with baseball. That's the thing with baseball, because Rob Manfred, look at the Ohtani thing. You think Ohtani didn't know what was going on when it came to
I
his
don't
money?
know how you. It wasn't something like 15 million or something like that out of his
More
account.
than that. It was 19 million. And
we
some
know
people,
of, yeah.
some people say it was more than that. You're going to tell me that Ohtani knew nothing about 19 million.
I'm sorry. I don't care how much money I have. If $19 million goes missing from my account, you're gonna see me raising hell about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if I made $700 million. I'm gonna be like, what's going on?
$700 million in deferred money.
In deferred money, yeah.
We know Rizzo got a base hit, and he's back in this lineup. Hopefully, he gets a little hot because he has done nothing all season long. But
How's your boy
nevertheless,
Aaron Judge doing?
He struck out his first time up, so it doesn't look good. It doesn't bode well for him.
Was it mostly down and away sliders, or?
I didn't see how the pitches that he was throwing to him.
I'd be willing to bet that at least 2 of the however many pitches he saw were down and away sliders, and he swung and missed at them.
No, I'm sure it was, and hopefully he figures things out, because he hasn't yet.
Okay, you want to talk baseball?
Yeah, let's talk baseball.
This is a take that I'll ride with to the grave. We had this argument on my team in Mexico with all the American guys. They think that Aaron Judge is the best hitter in baseball.
Mhm.
I don't agree, and that might be a hot take, but I would take Shohei Ohtani over him any day because look at how the lineups are set up for New York and then the Dodgers.
Mhm.
Who does Judge have hitting behind him?
Giancarlo Stanton, right? Or Soto. Is it Soto right now?
It varies, but it's been Soto, I
It
think, most of the
varies.
regular season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only guy that you really have to avoid in that lineup, especially when it comes down to a playoff setting, is Aaron Judge. You could literally put him on first base every time he came up, and the Yankees wouldn't have any production behind that unless Soto hits a home run. Whereas Shohei gets on base, he swipes way more bags than Aaron Judge. The guy's just a bigger threat as a whole.
He's not an everyday player, and that's why I disagree with you. And what Aaron Judge does,
you can't say he's not an everyday player because Shohei had Tommy John surgery.
But he's not an everyday player until he
Okay,
proves that
but
player. And he's not an everyday player even on the mound.
Okay, well, he's the best hitter and the best, arguably one of the top.
I don't think he's the
top
best
10 pitchers in the. He's okay on both sides of the ball. In every category, he's probably top 5 as a hitter. Every category, he's top 5 as a pitcher. Where is Aaron Judge in these?
Well, hold on one second. Aaron Judge led the league in WAR this year.
Yeah.
He led the league in WAR this year. So
I get it. He
was
also
playing center
hit
field.
50 something.
He wasn't
home
even playing
runs.
his
I
position.
get it.
Brady,
No, I got you. I'm
argument is
not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that Aaron Judge is great, but he doesn't do it on both sides of the ball. Shohei
I
Ohtani
disagree.
does.
I disagree. And Shohei Ohtani.
Aaron Judge gets on the mound and pitches?
No, but he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. He's playing in the outfield. He's a great defensive player. And again, listen.
Great defensive player? Whoa.
He is a great defensive player. Yeah, he is a great. How does a guy go and play center field this year and take over? And how many mistakes did he make? How many errors did he have?
Would you say he's a top 15 defender in the outfield in the league?
100%. This year he was.
Ooh.
This year he was. 100%. 100% this year he was.
You think so?
100%.
I would love to see the numbers on it because I can't get behind that.
Fish, go look up the numbers. I guarantee you it was. I guarantee you it was. I don't even know the numbers.
Fish, pull up the numbers defensively.
Yeah, he's looking. He's going to pull up the numbers. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I can guarantee you he was. And as far as Ohtani is concerned,
if he is, then I'll agree.
Ohtani shouldn't even be in the major leagues right now. He should have been suspended. He should not be playing.
Obviously.
He should not be playing.
I agree. If you're going to do what you did to Pete Rose, then you got to do the same shit to Shohei Ohtani. But they're both Hall of Famers at the end of the day.
There's no question. And they're both going to go to the Hall of Fame. They both are. I mean, Aaron Judge is going to be the quickest person to 500 home runs. There's no question that he's on his way to doing that. And Shohei Ohtani, for a guy his size and his bat, he can steal bases. But again, the bases are bigger now. I think they brought the bases a little closer. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's still 60 feet 6 inches. The bases.
But again, it's closer because the bases.
I agree with the whole bases thing too. I mean, look at Acuna.
Look at pizza boxes.
Look at Acuna doing what he did last year. He wouldn't have done that if the bases were smaller.
De La Cruz this year, so it was the same thing.
See, now here's a take. De La Cruz, I think, would do it. That guy is just a gazelle. You can be looking at him in a pickoff, like in the set motion, turn and look at him. What happened in the game? You're disgusted.
No. I'm watching the Jet game, and Breece Hall, an easy pass. Aaron, that would have been a first down. He drops the ball. Look at this, right in his hands. He should have caught that. It would have been a first down, and they took the ball right down the field. This is a completely different offense right now. You could see it. But Breece Hall can't catch a ball, and why is he on the field? Who knows? He has had a horrible season this year. So the Jets are going to
Fish in the comments.
What is it?
stats weren't great for Judge defensively.
What was his numbers? Do you have it?
-5.5 defense this year. Well, had
I'm
0 errors.
defensive WAR, I guess he's assuming, or defensive run save. Fish, I'm assuming you mean defensive WAR for that -5.5 stat.
I don't know what that means.
So yeah,
That means he's not a good defender, is what that means.
Okay. All right. So I was wrong, but it's still nevertheless.
But hitting wise, he is top 3 in baseball. Through and through.
And by the way,
agree
and
with
I'm sorry to cut you off because I'm tired of listening to Keith. He cheated. Okay, he cheated. You're saying Pete Rose shouldn't be in the. Hold on, Keith. He's saying Pete Rose should not be in the Hall of Fame because of all the things that he did. Ohtani did the same thing. He cheated. He should not even be playing in the major league. Keith, you're wrong. Stop kissing his ass. You want to get down on your hands and knees and lick it? I'll pull his pants down for you. Stop with this crap. He cheated. And that's all I'm going to say. Sorry.
Wait, who cheated?
Ohtani. He's the one who bet on baseball.
Oh, the betting stuff. I agree
that's cheating.
with.
That's cheating.
However, Pete Rose should still be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah,
no question. He says that he shouldn't. He says he
that
should.
Whoever said that's an idiot. I can't see the comments on anything.
No,
That guy's
you don't
an
have
idiot.
to. You don't want to. You don't want to see the idiocy of this.
I don't want to see that
I love him.
at all.
He's an idiot.
And you know what's gonna make it 10 times worse? Now would be the time that they would put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame because he's dead.
Mm-hmm. I know, and that's what's going to happen.
They're going to do it out of pity.
100%, and I think it's bullshit. I think he should turn over in his grave and say, "I don't want in."
I think same thing with Terrell Owens. The way the NFL treated him, Terrell Owens was thinking about. And by the way, he didn't go to his inductee. His
He
induction.
takes from outer space. Orioles are better than KC. Checks notes. KC swept the Orioles 2-0.
I don't know what
is that considered a sweep though? Because it was only 2 games.
All right. The context of that is Keith's one of our callers. Errol and him had an argument of which is a better matchup for the Yankees in the second round. That's how that started.
And here's the thing: I did not want to play the Kansas City Royals because the Kansas City Royals are very fundamentally sound.
Very. And they have one of the best hitters in baseball as well, and Bobby Witt Jr.
And Bobby Witt couldn't figure it out. And by the way, shout out to Giancarlo Stanton because after the game, after they got eliminated, Giancarlo Stanton went to Bobby Witt and hugged him and told him, "You're going to be here, kid. You're going to get another opportunity." And that says a lot about Giancarlo Stanton.
I agree. I mean, I've always heard good things about Giancarlo Stanton, and for him to do that in that situation is super awesome. I mean, you have a young up and coming rising star who arguably should be in MVP talks this year.
No question. And Pete, by the way, Keith, you did not say. Now, after my argument, you said Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. After the fact, when you were trying to argue that he shouldn't be. Ohtani should not be in baseball. He should have been suspended for the season, and it should have been deeply investigated on what was really going on because there was a lot more in depth. Everything was brushed under the rug after his interpreter took the responsibility, and he's going to go to jail because of it. Okay, it is pathetic. Okay, it really is. And the fact that everybody believes that Ohtani is still one of the best players in the league, he shouldn't have even had a season this year. He should have been sitting out, just like what they've done to different players. This guy cheated. That's what I look. When you're betting on baseball and you think that's cheat, and you think that's some kind of form of cheating because you're taking and you're betting on something that you shouldn't be betting on, you should not be playing in the major leagues, just like they did to Pete Rose. And by the way, Pete Rose was retired. He was the manager, and he was betting against the other team.
He was doing it as a player manager.
Yeah,
he was still playing in the game, but also manager.
But he was betting against the other team.
That's a little bit, but that's a little bit more because he had more of an effect on the outcome of all situations. Whereas Shohei could literally just be like, "All right, I'm gonna hit 2 bombs today. I'm gonna bet on that."
It doesn't matter. In my point of view,
no, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just think what Pete did was quite possibly a little bit worse, but also at the same time could be better because he was never like, "I didn't do this shit." He was like, "Yeah, I did it."
And I give him a lot of respect.
What do you want me to do about it?
And I give a lot of respect for Bauer because Bauer doesn't have to sit there and say, "Oh, I'm sorry," which he did apologize, but he pretty much told you, "Listen, I didn't do those things. Maybe, I didn't do it intentionally to try to hurt any woman. Those women were telling me to do those things. That was something that he said. And again, a lot of the things that those women said were
We're
not
back
even
on the
fully
Bauer thing.
true.
Sorry, I was reading Fish's comment. We're back on the Bauer thing.
Yeah, I kind of
Well,
flipped it because
my thing too is because with the whole Bauer thing, and how are you gonna sit there in his bed while he's sleeping and take videos after the fact
Mhm.
and have them in your phone and then be like, oh, he beat me, he did this, blah blah blah, and then there's physical proof that he never did any of that on your phone.
Mm.
What kind of dumb broad chasing money is gonna do something like that?
Well, a lot of broads because there's
Well,
all
yeah, but it's like
efficient.
at that point, you got to be if you're gonna. I think about shit in a maniacal way.
Mhm.
If you're gonna go after somebody for their stuff in that manner, don't have any physical evidence against you.
Mhm. No, I agree with you. And the thing is that I don't know if you go on Instagram, but all these Instagram girls that are making so much money for their posts and stuff like that, now they're digging deep into the posts for some of these athletes, and this is how these athletes get caught up. Every single one of them. Go look at what's going on right now. They're all getting caught up with these Instagram models. They're getting pregnant, and then they got to deal with baby's mama situations, and they got to pay these women $30,000-$40,000 a month because they had their babies, and that's because they're bringing in so much money. It's horrible, and that's why if I was an athlete, which I was, but if I was a professional athlete, I would absolutely put myself in a better position, knowing or not go out, not go and get drunk, not going out and about when I'm in the middle of the season or even at the end of the season. Make sure that if I'm making that kind of money, that I'm either setting myself up straight with a woman or not doing it at all. I'm not getting caught up in this situation. Derek Jeter did it right. I'll give Derek Jeter a lot of credit because even though he was sleeping around, doing whatever, he had them sign something before he
That
started.
NDA and that phone stays at the front door,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah, he was smart. He did all the smart things.
Yeah.
And then after the fact, after he retired, he settled down and started having kids. He was very smart. I have to give him a lot of credit. There's a
Oh,
lot of
without a doubt.
even Alex Rodriguez, if you look at the situation, he has 2 daughters. That's all he has. He has no other kid with any other woman. So he was very smart too, knowing that he was making a lot of money. He was signing contract after contract after contract. He didn't set himself back where he had baby's mom problems. And every woman that he was dating after the fact were all movie stars and musicians that were making big bucks anyway. So his money and her money are the same. So
Yeah.
he actually put himself in a position where he wasn't dealing with what some of these basketball players are dealing with right now with the Instagram and the investigations that they're having beating them up because they're saying they're putting their hands on them because of the money situation. And again, the Jets are screwing up again. So watching
Again.
this team makes me sick to my stomach.
What's up, Speedy? What you got, man? You haven't said but 2 fucking words this whole time.
This is the Errol multitasking with 2 different teams. I want to go back to Aaron Judge, and there was other comments that were made about him not being able to have that same level of season in the steroid era, like back in the day. Oh, it's not as good as some of the steroid era guys this kind of season.
I think Soto hit a home run, by the way.
And like even his year where he had the record-setting year. What are your thoughts on that?
Can you repeat that last part one more time? You kind of cut out for me.
During the summer that were saying like when Aaron Judge was on pace for having this like triple crown year and possibly could have broken the home record before he went cold at the end of the season, like saying, oh, it's not as impressive because it's not in the steroid era compared to those guys, stuff like that.
What do I think about that?
Yeah, those types of comments.
I don't think it's. I agree. I don't think it is as impressive. One, you got to think Yankee Stadium is short porch to right field. Majority of his home runs at home were hit to right field. Tiny porch. 1, 2. The guy is 6'8", 270 pounds. I mean, he's a freak. Don't get me wrong. Those guys weren't built like that back in the day, so yeah, they stuck a few needles in their asses. But look at Barry Bonds. Whenever he went from 6'1" to like 6'4". He still has never failed a drug test for steroids. So it's allegedly. But the year he hit what 73, Mark McGwire hit 71. I mean, look at all those guys that did end up. They were doing it with less, I think. I mean, less in the manner of the balls weren't juiced. Bats weren't as well as aerodynamic. All they had was, you know.
That was one of our other guests, Ryan Spader, who's a controversial baseball journalist. He was having the theory 2 years ago that they were doing different baseballs for the Yankees when he was doing that home run record.
Well, they were. So they were. What year did Glass now have Tommy John surgery? Was that 2 or 3 years ago?
I think it was 3, or it might have been.
So
that
was at the time where they were experimenting with the balls, making them more juiced, all that stuff, and they kept changing them, took away the sticky stuff from pitchers, all that.
Yeah,
those balls were really juiced. Because I mean, look at the 2 years before that and the year before that, the amount of because they start experimenting with the stuff in AAA or AA. Like they send it down to the minor league so that they could try it out first before they do it in the big leagues. They juiced the balls in AAA, and the home run record for the whole season by all AAA people got broke by like 1,000 or 2,000 home runs. Like it was stupid. So I firmly believe that those guys back then, that they're not seeing as good of stuff, I would say, and guys aren't throwing 95 plus back then all the time. So I would argue to say that those guys would have an easier time hitting more home runs now than they did back then.
90 home run season for Barry Bonds.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to look at the whole Barry Bonds situation too. That guy, whenever he was doing what he was doing, got one pitch a game, one pitch to do what he did, and he did not miss. I also don't see Aaron Judge getting intentionally walked with the bases loaded. But that's no offense, Errol.
By the way, we are talking to former Brewers pitching prospect Braden Webb. He's been on our show before, and I will say this.
I love this fish. That's sick. The polio.
I understand that you're not a big Aaron Judge fan. You're not an
No. I don't want you to get this wrong.
You're not.
I don't want to get you. I just don't like overhype. You know what I mean?
How are you overhyping a guy that hit 325, hit 40,
that's
58
crazy.
home runs, his on base percentage was ridiculous. I mean, the guy was unbelievable.
I just don't like. I don't like the comparisons to Barry Bonds.
No, nobody's. First of all,
at the beginning of the season, and when he was doing what he was doing. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying everybody else. Every baseball analyst.
They don't know what the hell they're talking about, anyways. Braden,
no, I agree.
I think half those guys on ESPN and on the MLB Network, this is what they do. They get paid. All right, they get paid big bucks.
I think the only person that I follow out of that situation, or the whole baseball stuff, is Jeff Passan, because that guy's hilarious.
Yeah, well, guess what? You don't listen enough of us if you think he's hilarious.
I do listen to you guys. I'm just talking about in the scheme of ESPN and all that shit.
In the scheme of things, Here's my scheme. The Jets suck. Okay, this is my scheme.
Yeah.
They friggin' suck. I'm watching this football team absolutely blow, absolutely goat ass. Okay, they stink. All right. As everybody would say it, they stink. They can't stop a nosebleed.
Well, it's not deer ass anymore because there's no more Bambi.
I rest my case. They have too many guys dropping the ball. They can't catch an easy pass, and then they let Josh Allen just take the ball down the field. It was like easy. It was so simple, and they can't stop a run.
He's honestly looked really shitty this year.
Who?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, he's up and down in certain games. He hasn't looked as good as he has over the years. Maybe because of the weapons. He lost Diggs. He lost Gabe Davis. He lost all his weapons. He doesn't have the wide.
He threw the ball to Gabe Davis 4 times, and 3 of those 4 were in the end zone.
No, I understand. I think Todd Downing is a better choice as far as I'm concerned as an offensive coordinator. You could see it. This offense is moving the ball down the field. What scares me right now is no matter how quick they get down the field, they can't get it in the end zone. So because nobody can catch the ball, they drop more balls than they catch. So and everybody.
Well, I mean, look at Aaron Rodgers whenever he was on the Packers too.
Mm-hmm.
his incompletion or his incompletion thing was like skyrocketed one year. And if you go back and you watch like the balls that he threw that were incomplete, he hit several little receivers just directly in the chest, and they wouldn't catch it.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go. Look at this guy. It's just fucking.
He's good, man. He's good. He's good at what he does. But I
Yeah,
will say
number
this.
117 is good, and I thought the Jets were gonna go for him. I was
Yeah.
hoping that they would have went for him.
I just think when I watch this team, it just makes me want to hurl. Okay, I want to throw up.
See, I like the Jets though. I believe it or not, I actually have Jets like or like one of their whatever they call that thing, like their spring
Jersey?
training. No,
Oh, yeah,
the spring training
shirt.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shirts.
I have one of their practice shirts from one of my
Do you want me
one
to
of my
send you?
boys.
You want
One
me
of
to
my
send you a
boys
jersey?
that was at South Carolina. Yeah, hell yeah. One
I'll
of my
send
boys
you a
that was.
jersey. I'll send you a Jets jersey, all a custom from me. Okay, I'm going to send you. I'm going to get you a Jets jersey with Webb on the back of it. What number do you want?
Surprise, 69.
Oh, I have my name on the back of 69. I can give you that one.
I'll
send
take
that
it.
to you. I'll give you my last name on the back of it.
Mark 69. Let's go.
Mark
I like it.
69. All right, I'm going to send it to you. I'm actually going to send
Speedy
it to you.
Petey, who we got? Who's your team?
A large. Could you fit in a large?
Yeah, man, whatever.
All right. I'm gonna give it to you, but you got to wear it.
I promise you, I will take a
You got to post
picture
it. You
in
got to
it.
post it on.
I'll wear it
social
into
media.
I'll wear it into the stadium just for you.
All right. I'm going to tell you what. I'm sending it to you tonight or tomorrow. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I'll absolutely send it to you. 100%.
Yeah, give
And
my. You don't have my number, do you?
No, Speedy will get your number.
Okay.
Speedy
Wait,
will have.
Speedy, who's your football team? Are you a Jets guy too?
He's a fan, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
That's an unfortunate.
Are you a Mets or a Yankees fan?
I'm a
'Cause I
Mets
see this
fan.
Citi Field. You're a Mets fan?
Yeah.
I actually played in Citi Field this last winter for our Aguilas, the Dominican winter ball team.
Mhm.
Bro, it was the first day it was like 37 degrees. The second day it was 35, and then I pitched on Sunday, and it was 32 degrees.
Hold on one second. Let me see if I can
In
find it.
Citi
Hold
Field.
on. I'm going to show you.
Yes, I can't wait for this. Bro, that guy is fucking yoked, huh? Oh, you guys are in the same room.
Yep. Yeah, welcome to the green screen technology.
I love that. Look at
He's
Fish.
trying to find it.
Fish
Yeah,
loves
looks like
these things, huh?
looks like he's
He
got
did
it.
good work. It's green though. Oh, it's white.
It's actually my
What?
DJ name, but I'm going to give it to you. Look at that.
I'm so in.
all
DJ
yours.
Rolo. Oh my god, that thing is beautiful.
It's beautiful. There you go. It's all yours.
DJ Rolo, I got you. I'll wear it into the stadium.
This is yours, man. I'm going to send this to you.
Hell
Brand new.
yeah.
It's the new jersey, the new Jets jersey.
I think you know what? I'll jersey swap with you. I'll send you wait, he can't hear me.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. I'll jersey swap with you. You send me that jersey, I'll send you one from Laguna.
All right.
I'll
wear
have
it.
a bunch.
I'll wear it.
But
I'll
it
send
says
you-
Webb and then 15 on the back. It don't say no DJ Rolo.
That's for you. I'm going to send it out to you. Speedy will get your address, and we'll talk. But we have another guest. Actually, you know what? We're going to keep you on. Okay. We're going to go to a quick break, and we've done this before with this wonderful guy, Michael.
Where's
McKenry.
my boy at?
Oh, Fish? We'll get Fish in.
We can bring Fish in.
We'll bring Fish in.
No. I mean, Fish is my boy, but the last time I was on here, we were with some football
Tyler
dude.
Harrison?
No. The last time you were on was the first show for Sean Smith, and you were arguing about tight ends. That's what it was.
Sean.
Yeah. It was Fish and Sean's first show. Yes.
Listen, Sean Smith is missing in action for good. Okay, there's a long story
Okay.
about that. There's
I
a
would
long
love to hear this story off camera.
I'll tell you off air because
Off air, of course.
It's an interesting story.
Bro, I'm not lying though. I just remember we were talking, and then out of nowhere, he just started like.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother story.
Don't worry.
That's a whole nother story.
Michael McKenry is much better than Sean.
Yes, it's a whole nother story. But I will. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have Braden Webb and our new guest. He is a former Pirates, Rockies, Cardinals catcher, Michael McKenry. He's a friend of the show. We love him. He's funny. I know he's been patiently waiting. We want to apologize to him. But when we come back, Braden Webb and Michael McKenry. But first, our Sports Minute with Mr. Aaron Fishman.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Hey guys, this is Aaron Fishman filling in again tonight for Tommy Scoops. Just quickly to go over some scores tonight. Right now we're in the middle of the Jets game. We are sitting at 7-3 Bills with the Josh Allen 1-yard touchdown run. It's still early in the game. Hockey, we have a couple of games finished today. We got the Senators defeating the Kings 8-7 in overtime. Crazy high score for a hockey game. And the Devils shutting out the new Utah team 3-0. Currently going on right now in the league, we have a couple other games. We got the Penguins are up 2-1 on the Canadiens, and the Rangers are up 2-1 on the Detroit Red Wings at the end of the second period. Again, stories from earlier tonight. Jim Harbaugh is now wearing a heart monitor due to an irregular heartbeat. It made him miss the beginning of the Chargers game almost out of nowhere the other day. He is going to be wearing that and may have to have surgery after the season. Also, Macklin Celebrini, the top pick in the NHL draft, got a goal and assist first game. He's already on the IR with a lower body injury. Funnier stories, again, Coach Stefanski of the Browns, Kevin Stefanski, thinks that Deshaun Watson is giving them the best chance to win. Whether or not he really believes that or that's the company line he has to tell is how it's going to go. Deshaun Watson still the starter for the Cleveland Browns. And finally, Mike Gundy, I'm a man, I'm 40. Famous speech guy, still the head coach of the Oklahoma State University football team. He couldn't make his meeting today because, again, yes, he was headbutted by his own cattle. Back to you guys with our next guest.
This is the Sport.
Six 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Never Marks, my co-host, Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Yes, the Jets have just scored. He took it all the way down again. It's 10-7 Jets. Garrett Wilson with a completed catch in the back end of the field. So it looked like it wasn't. He couldn't. For some reason, Garrett Wilson can't get his feet down, and it's his knees. And there can't be any argument to it. But it is a touchdown. Aaron Rodgers. I always mess up Aaron Judge and Aaron Rodgers because they're two superstars in New York, and I always mess it up. How could you mess it up? Anyways, this guy's been waiting patiently. We still have our friend Braden Webb on, but now we are speaking to former Pirates, Rockies, and Cardinals catcher, our friend Michael McKenry. Michael, what is up, buddy? Give him a clap, sweetie. Give him a clap.
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing? And what happened to your shirt? Look at that shirt. I like it.
First of all,
he flexed and the sleeves just flew off.
I'm just going to give you guys a little.
On too. There's no way.
I was told. I'm going to help you guys.
He got it from Diddy's house.
I know. Yeah. By the way, I've got two things to tell you guys before you attack me here. First of all, and Pat McAfee's been doing a show for.
We were just saying.
Pat McAfee's been doing a show. Listen, Pat McAfee's been doing a show for 5 years. He wears a wife beater. Everybody used to tell me on my show when I started this like 12 years ago, don't wear a wife beater. It's unprofessional. Don't do it. Meanwhile, I started doing that for 2 years. All of a sudden, Pat McAfee started doing it, and everybody says, it looks good. People should be doing that. Should be yourself. Now, all of a sudden, I said, screw that. Yeah. Screw that. That's me. That's what I've been doing. And yes, I got nice artwork on my body, and I stand for something, and I don't give a crap. I take good care of my body. Screw you, people. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways.
I knew that'd get you wound up. I love it.
And as far as Diddy's concerned, all right, I have been the DJ since I was 15. I've done a lot of events with Diddy being there, and I've been telling everybody, I've the inside sources for years about P. Diddy that this has been coming out, and it was going to hit the fan. And it hit the fan. And now you're going to see a lot of things hit the fan. It's not just Diddy, guys. It's a lot more than just Diddy. So as soon as he starts opening his mouth and ratting people out, you're going to see a lot of people go down, just like the whole Epstein thing. Who knows? Maybe Diddy gets killed in jail just to keep his mouth closed. So I wouldn't doubt that happening, like Mr. Epstein happened, with the whole Epstein.
Definitely went to them freak offs, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wasn't invited to those things.
He was
I
just the
wasn't
DJ.
invited to those things.
Hey,
I'm
you
just
don't
a
have
DJ.
to. You were the DJ at the freak offs. What are you talking about?
DJ, you gotta play the
Original
song.
dubstep, guys. Original dubstep.
That's right. That's right. By the way, I'm not an original dubstepper, but by the way, the Yankees are up 3-0. Thank you, Keith. We're back and forth with the game, and the Jets are up, so that's a good sign. Both my teams are leading. That doesn't mean anything, but anyways.
And your style is on point. I do agree. Be you. You got to be
You want me to, listen, I'm not going to
I don't
flex.
want you to flex, but I do want you to be you.
Listen.
Now the real question for both of you: who will Errol get mad at first, Aaron Boone or new Jets head coach Jeff Ulbrich?
You can't get mad at the new coach. You got to get mad at the old one.
Exactly. He's been there. He's had time. I agree.
Yeah.
By the way, Keith, I never said Pat McAfee copied me. I'm saying that I was attacked when I was doing it. And now when Pat McAfee was doing it, he said, be himself. He looks good by just being himself. I stopped doing it because I wasn't professional enough. And now, you know what? I don't give a crap. I am who I am, and this is who I am, and I'm going to be. And yes, I was the first to do that. Nobody else did it on a radio show or never did it on a TV show. And now I'm doing it. So kiss my ass, Keith. And Keith, why don't you go, lick Snug the Cax, you know what? I think that's a good idea. I mean, he's laughing. So you guys can enjoy each other. And maybe you should go to the freak off. Maybe you should have your own freak off with Snug the Cat, with his cats all over his house and whatever else he does to his dogs. Anyways,
right,
Mike, we've been speaking about the Yankees. We've been talking about baseball. Your thoughts to the New York Mets and how hot they got at the end of the season?
I think it's incredible, and I got to go back to what their owner did, Cohen, last year, actually admitting that he was a little bit overwhelmed and made a lot of mistakes, bringing in so many guys, spending so much money, and then correcting those mistakes, going to get better people to put around him so he didn't have a bunch of yes men. It's a huge problem in the game. And I didn't think it was going to happen this fast, but man, it's been impressive to watch these guys come together and play as a team. In the big leagues, it's hard to do. You don't see it a lot of individuality. These guys are doing a great job, and that man right now is leading the way. I mean, what was it, 27 consecutive scoreless innings by the Dodgers? And Lindor comes up first at bat today and hits a homer. I mean, this guy is being a leader in every way. I think there's been some comparisons to, his postseason thus far in the big swings down the stretch, similar to like Jeter. So I don't know if that's true or not, but he's definitely making a name for himself in a big way. And I think the Mets have done a lot of things right. He's paying a lot of money to other players sitting at home watching right now.
Braden looked like he was about to say something that he remembered the Mets took out the Brewers, so he didn't want to.
I'm not a. Whoa, hold up.
Hey, I'm a Pat Murphy fan.
I'm not a. I love Murph. I love Murph,
Murph's
but
best, right?
I am not a. I got a bad taste in my mouth with the Milwaukee Brewers, so it's not.
You could jump on the Mets bandwagon.
Go speak, Braden. Speak. We like
we'll
it.
welcome you.
I mean, it was just my whole situation. I ended up.
Yeah, you have real emotions to it. It's different.
Yeah. I mean, I played under, like I was in my 6th year under contract with them, and ended up tearing my ACL, lateral and medial meniscus, and played on it for the whole year. And they tried to blame it on me playing winter ball, and then ended up releasing me 2 days after I had to have knee surgery, kind of under contract. So it's just a whole. So Braden, you understand the whole.
I definitely understand
the bullshit behind it.
Yeah, it's the bad part about baseball. They've made it what it is. That's
100%.
why seeing a team come together like the Mets, sometimes getting guys together in the sense of like, hey, we're buying in with you all, good, bad, or ugly. Like Lindor played awful early on in the season. Now he's an MVP candidate. He's going to be in that mix. You got to put the trust, but the only way to put trust in today's game is years and money. You have to believe in these guys and say, hey, we believe you, because if not, you think you're out the door the next year. I was under a 1-year contract every year, over 7 years in the big leagues. You're fighting, even if you do really well, right? Yeah. Your numbers may go too much to where they have to pay you too much, where they're like, we'll take a little bit less there and pay him a little bit less because we feel like we could maybe find that diamond in the rough.
Well, I mean,
that middle ground, right? The middle ground's the worst part.
You talk about having the money thing and how it could be, you have too many years of this guy making this much money or whatever. Look at D. Gordon. A guy needed 10 days in the big leagues to get tenure, and he was sitting in our AAA 2021, the year I blew out my knee. He was sitting in Nashville, Tennessee, hitting 330, and our big league second baseman was hitting below 200, and they wouldn't call him up because they didn't want to be a part of the pay him situation.
Yeah, or here's another thought. There is he had too much money on his contract at the big league level, so they didn't want to open it up. That happened to me multiple times. So I actually started taking less on my split contract with incentives.
No.
But then they'll not allow you to get to the incentives, which is a mess too. So yeah, it's
look
a
at
weird thing.
was it Vogelback this year? Was it Vogelback or was it it was one of Rowdy Tellez, that's right. He needed like what, 4 ABs?
Yep.
And they were like, nah, see you, buddy.
Yep, and IKF too with the Pirates. He needed 4 bats as well. Neither one of them got there. One was 250, the other one was 500,000.
That is insane.
As everyone knows, we are talking to former Brewers pitching prospect Braden Webb, a friend of the show, and we are also talking to former Pirates, Rockies, and Cardinals catcher Michael McKenry. Both guys have been on our show.
Fish, where's the McKenry big league bombs at? Let's go.
They played one of the ones the Rockies I saw just now.
I also need to see some throwdowns here too.
I like it. There I am.
That's me. That's me doing a back. Come on, bro.
Sick.
I think Braden wants to know if Mike, you were ever involved in any dugout clearing brawls.
Hey, where was that? Where was that?
University of South Carolina.
Oh, so you're a cock.
I am a cock.
Yeah. Sorry, I said it. Beep, tease you up.
Yeah, nah.
So was,
no, seriously.
Talk about a beautiful campus, though, man. Whew.
Yeah, I used to walk around campus with a shirt. I had a graphic tee that says "Party like a cock star," and the middle of the shirt was a Gamecock. Yeah, it's sick.
It's a great
that was the other part. We were talking about you were being on the show with Sean Smith when he was on our first show. That was the other part that was funny when he messed it up. About a month later, after we had you on the show, we had Danny Espinoza, ex-major leaguer, on the show, and he thought he was a Gamecock too, and he's not. He played for, I think, Long Beach State.
He thought everybody was a Gamecock.
Well, I mean, hey, if I want to be a Gamecock, I'll be a Gamecock. I don't
want to have anything to do with a cock. Okay, so anything that has anything to do with a cock,
I'm
we're talking about chickens, dude.
On the other hand,
it's an ass kicking chicken. 2, you should go down to Columbia, South Carolina on a game day and see the amount of people, and mostly women, wearing shirts that say "I love cocks."
I'm sure they do.
They're all. It's the SEC. I mean, it doesn't get any better.
It's different.
It means more.
Where's Trevor Bauer? Where's Trevor Bauer when you need him?
I'm not gonna be invited. I'm not inviting him to any SEC games. You ain't gotta worry about that.
You should be invited back in the league. That's for sure.
No doubt about it. Oh yeah. I mean,
we've already been there. Talked about that one.
I'm sure.
That's ridiculous. And I just think.
Wait, so you own Pitch Logic?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I partnered up with them for a little while.
Okay.
Who was
Says
Drive
current
Line?
Pirates AT&T Sportsnet analyst. You work for the Pirates?
I do. Yep.
I need a job, so.
Well, we'll talk off air and see what I can do.
Get my number from Kyle and Marks and hit me up, because I need a job and you guys need pitching. All right, you got Paul Skeens and that other young dude. What's the other guy?
Jones was good too.
We got Jared Jones. We got Mitch Keller, Bubba Chandler.
Oh, I love Mitch Keller.
Yeah, Mitch Keller's a stud.
But Bubba Chandler, is he still doing the two-way guy thing? Or is he just pitching now?
He got up to AAA, and I believe he's a top 3 or 4 MLB prospect. So he should make our team out of camp next year like Jones did. He's 98, 99 with nasty stuff.
You need somebody to. I just need my foot in the door, all right, and then I could go. I do starting and relieving. So
let me tell you something, Brady. I'm gonna market everything that I've said on this show for many years, and I want to let everybody know the truth about sports radio. It sucks. every single person in this industry that says they're good radio shows and they know something about radio, any day, I've challenged everybody on our show, and anybody that wants to come on this show and face me one-on-one in an argument about any sport, you pick the sport. You pick the sport. I'll tell you what, you can actually write down the questions on how you want to argue it, and I will blow you out of the water. I don't care who it is. And I've told you this, Mr. McKenry, and Braden, you've been on a show before. I'm tired of the industry thinking, well, it's all about who you know. A lot of people have been on our show, and a lot of people say, how are you guys not on a mainstream network? And it's very simple. It's all bullcrap. And you want to know something? Open up your books. Open up your social media stuff that you've seen us post up our stuff. Everything that we have done, we've taken it up in every kind of number. 25,000 downloads on Apple Podcasts last month. How many shows that's not on a mainstream gets 25,000 downloads and doesn't have a major superstar on their show? How about that? I want to know, because there is nobody. So that's all I'm going to say. And it has nothing to do with the respect I have for anybody in the industry, because I respect a lot of people in the industry. I just think a lot of these guys are doing what they're doing because of who they know, their fathers, their mothers, their sisters, their brothers. Screw that. Okay. Go out and actually see what you see on a piece of paper, on any social media market, and ask anybody that knows anything about radio, sports, education, or comedy, and tell me that there's anybody close to as good as what we put out there as far as a show, because there is none. And I don't care what anybody says. So, and I listen, I agree with you, Braden. Everybody deserves an opportunity, especially people that have been pushed out. But you want to know something? How about this? Not being pushed in yet and not getting, because I know as soon as we get pushed in, nobody's pushing me the hell out. I'm pushing them the hell out. And that's all I'm going to say. Nobody, I don't care what anybody says. I am tired of fucking saying, and excuse my language, I don't curse on this show, but I am tired of the garbage. And by the way, there goes another home run, by the way. Oh, no, that was a replay. Sorry. Soto hitting the home run. But I'm not getting a chance to watch it. But what I'm trying to say is I think everybody needs to see what they see, and stop imagining what they believe they see. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm just tired of it. And I really am. I don't have to go in. I've talked to people in many different parts of the industry, and they're like, you guys have it. You guys have it. Where's our contract? What do we have to do? Our numbers are there. There's no doubt it is. And everything that we're doing is different from everybody else. We're professional. We interview guys. We let them get involved. We give you a different interview. We have fun with you guys, because that's the way interviews should be. Not this garbage. Well, how are you guys doing today? Let's get into it. Oh, how are you doing today? What did you do over the summer? What do you like to eat? What do you like to wipe your ass with? I don't do that on this show.
Charmin
I don't
Ultra.
care. No, there you go.
Dude,
I mean,
Hey, so I got a question for you. I agree with everything you just said. And mainstream media is, me being in it, it's going the wrong direction in every way. That's why they go get Pat McAfee's and stuff to try to take ratings back. But like, the thought is, it's like, why give in? Grow your own empire. Like, screw it. Like, I took this route to give me time. You know, I did it when I played, and I wanted to figure out where I wanted to go in this industry. You have that opportunity right now. You keep carving out your own path.
I'm doing it.
They will come if you want them to. The fact is,
if you
I
build
don't
it,
know
they'll
if they
come.
want, if they want to try to take you on right now, but when they do, you'll have all the leverage because you are passionate.
I agree with
you, and that is the difference. Because I do enjoy coming on this show. I don't come on to many anymore because I enjoy the fact you'll push back, the fact that you'll
I'm gonna let that
give credit
slide.
when credit's due, and the fact that, like, it is just you. Going back to the tank top, bro. It's just you. That is what makes everything unique. That's why Pat McAfee is fun to watch, because no matter what, even if it's an act, he's the same act every single time. He's a Yinzer. He's from Pittsburgh, which I appreciate too. But that guy is just through and through who he is, and he doubled down on it. And the guy was that way when he played too.
Yeah,
he
was electric when he was on the Colts.
Yeah, and I think that's a missing link in today's society, especially with social media. Right? People aren't who they are. They try to create an image. You cannot sustain that in this industry.
Well, it's
you
because
will
everybody
fall.
wants to go the cookie cutter same
Well, some people
same
just
way.
fall in
This guy
line,
went
right?
this path. Yeah, this guy
Yeah.
went this path. I mean, just like my path isn't the same as your path was.
No, I
Like
had
my
6 knee surgeries going back to you. Like
I've
it's
had
all
2.
different. You
I've
just
had an elbow and a knee,
yeah,
and I'm having to play baseball in foreign countries all the
which is kind
time
of fun
to
at times.
yeah, it is. It's way more electric playing in those countries than it is playing in the
Yeah,
United
we should
States.
take notes on that in the United States.
I agree. But my thing with it is each year, like I have to go out and I have to fight for another year of a job, and I have to go perform well in winter ball in order to do that for the regular season. And everywhere I've gone, like I've ended up having success at those places, but the odds are against me. My time frame is getting shorter, but I know that if I wanted to continuously go back to Mexico, I could play there for the next 5-10 years because I've proven myself the last 2 there. So not everybody's path is the same, and like I was telling you earlier, Marks, that everybody's goal is ultimately to play in the big leagues.
Right.
But just because Mackie here has been he got 7 years on the show. His path was different than my path.
Right.
And that's something that people don't really talk about and they don't really realize is this every person is different on how they get to the where they need to be.
Mhm.
And some people it would take it's taken 12 years in the minor leagues. I have a buddy who made his big league debut with Boston this year after
The lefty?
hitter.
Okay.
I played with him in the Brewers organization, but he's a little short guy. He had like 12, 13 years in minor league baseball. Played like I want to say almost 2,000 games in the minor leagues before ever making it to the big leagues.
So real quick, Webb, get my number, call me. If I can help you, I will.
100%.
It's something
And
I've been real passionate about over the last couple of years because I've seen a lot of great men and baseball players not get a chance because not because there's not an opportunity, it's because they're being led the wrong way.
Yeah.
You got to burn the bridges no, I don't even know who your agent is. I don't know who your family is, but you got to assume even yourself is lying to yourself and fight that way. Because then you can just say, the only thing that won't lie is this.
100%.
Right. So then you can actually pitch your own contract and you don't worry about your agent. Hey, I got it. I know you don't get paid for this. I got you. You do that. You'll be different. Different is what wins. Different is what will help. And nobody wants you to do different. I'll help you understand some of the things I've learned by just watching. I've been in this media game for 7 years because I keep seeing things and I'm like, man, I don't know which direction I want to go in baseball. I was on my way into college. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do college. Nope. NIL stuff started. And it's giving me an opportunity to have this 20,000 foot view and mentor guys like you and say, are you looking at it like this? Are you looking at it like this? Just ask the questions that people don't ask. And that's going back to Mark. That's what I would say with you, man. Like, just keep asking those questions because, like, there's a reason why. And it's probably on them, not on you. And you just say, okay, well, how can I bridge the gap if I want to do it? Because you're going to have to give up some things. Like Pat McAfee, right? He gave up a lot because as soon as you go into corporate America, it's different.
And I want to cut in and I want to say that when you talk about
deep, and I like it, guys.
And by the way, we are speaking to right now former Brewers pitching prospect Braden Webb. He's right now pitching in Mexico, and we are talking to former Pirates, Rockies, and Cardinals catcher.
By the way, I had 4 weeks with the Brewers.
Yes. Okay.
The worst time of your life, wasn't it?
There you go.
I could tell you a story that will.
I can't wait. Yeah, I want to hear it after.
I got traded over there for a reason, and it all shifted real fast.
Yeah, I would love to hear that off camera because I still catch flack for the whole situation still to this day, and it's been 2022.
Yeah,
a couple
the thing
years
about
now.
me, Webby is. I'm going to call you Webby because I feel like we're already having a battery conversation.
Go ahead, brother.
I've
been called that my whole life.
I will tell you on air. Like I have nothing. I mean, it's a true story, and what happened. It is what it is. I used to try to protect things and whatnot. It's like, it's a reality and it's
It
mine.
is.
You know,
Yeah.
it sucked, and I probably should share it so someone else can hear it so they don't feel alone.
I feel the
I
same
will
way
say
about my
this.
situation.
I'm sorry to cut you guys off. Corporate America.
Like your sleeves.
Yes.
Yeah, come on.
Exactly. People
Woof.
probably think this was a shirt or something.
Yeah,
This is it.
you were doing
I
bicep
love
curls,
it.
and boom,
Yeah,
off.
but you know when you want to hear something funny is these are really these tattoos are the only tattoos I have on my body. That's the crazy thing. That's
Are they scratch and sniff?
No, they're all no, they're not. But they all have meaning towards
The one, hey,
That's
the
cool. I love
the elephant trunk one on his dong is scratching.
No, I don't have one of
No,
those.
he put that on his back.
Oh,
No, I don't have anything on my back, believe it or not. But you know, it's crazy because everything. My grandfather was a war hero. He passed away. My father passed away. I have something with my father. I had a lot of this, all the stuff that I have has meaning towards it on my body. It all has meaning, and it's not something I just plopped on my body just for the sake of having it. So, but going back to the corporate America situation, and I agree with you, do it yourself. But here's the problem: as much as you do it yourself, you can go a certain level. You know, there's a certain level you hit, and then you need to get to that next level. And when you're on a major network, you're seen differently as a professional. Not only as a professional, but you have different looks at you. There's more people that are tuned into you because you're on a major network, and that opens up many different doors for you, as you know. So I've talked to a lot of people. We've had a lot of people on this show and agents, and I have an agent too that tells me, listen, you got to get your foot in the door and I'll do the rest. I'll keep you busy forever because I know what you are. I know how talented you are. But you got to get your foot in the door first. And then I'll make sure that you are taken care of in the industry. And here's what I'm going to say to the agent. And I'm going to say to any agent, if you know somebody has talent and you know somebody is hungry and he knows I'm hungry, then you know that when I walk through that door, there is no door that I'm walking through. I'm walking through a wall. And when that wall breaks, everybody around me is going to be running because there's nothing that's going to stop me from breaking through the next one. So there's no like smooth sailing. My guys know, and that's why we're a team, and that's why I believe what we're capable of doing. It's not going through the wall. It's going up, 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 up until it's not touched. So it's the fear in what we can do or what I'm capable of doing when I walk through the door. And I think that's what the fear is from everybody else is just you know what? We have the control of keeping you where you are. This is where we want you right now. And this is where you're going to be. It's like I'm shelved. Okay. It's like I'm never going to be out of order, but I'm shelved right now until the door opens. And then when the door opens, we're going to allow you to walk through the door. That's what that is. We're allowing you to walk through the door. And then whatever it is, we're gonna raise the fire from that. It's not right. And you want to know something? I could sit here all day and I'm not having anybody feel bad for me because I don't care. I'm gonna say my piece. And I never throw anybody under the bus in the industry because I won't do that. But I'm gonna tell you this right now. There is nobody in this industry, and you can hear this, and everybody can hear me out on anybody that listens to this show, all the downloads and all the frigging crazy loudmouthers or whatever the hell you want to call it. Everybody knows this. There is nobody that's in the industry that's more straightforward, more honest, and not fear what I'm going to say when I say it. And I actually know what I'm talking about when I say it. And I'm going to do what I feel whenever I feel it, not because I'm told to do it. So that's the person that I am. And I think that's what the industry needs is somebody that's just straightforward, down to the wire. And that was one of my shows, by the way, down to the wire to everything that I do. And I don't hold back. And I don't fear going against baseball players, basketball players, hockey players, and telling you how it is. And you would know me if you know me personally and understand how I am. You would know that what you see on my show is what you get out in the open. Everything about me, Braden, you meet me, Mike, you meet me in person, you would say, wow, that guy is real. You know what I mean? I am a real person. I'll go out there. I'm a DJ.
This isn't AI?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
No, Mark, that's the biggest win. And I'm going to give you something. You ever heard of the term violence of action?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's the unrestricted use of speed, strength, and surprise. and aggression to achieve total dominance against your enemy.
Did
Kick
you
in
just
the
pull
door.
out a Webster's dictionary and just
I
read
always have my iPad.
He was he was teleprompting.
I saw him looking. I saw him looking. But I didn't
He definitely saw my eyes. But
yeah.
That being said,
No,
I've
I'm
always been the nice guy, and I've always had like what you see is what you get. But I always tried to do like what I thought was right. And
Would
then I
your
realized like,
pitchers-
sometimes you
would-
just kick in the door and see what happens.
Would
You're
your
gonna have
pitchers
some
agree that you're
consequence.
always the nice guy?
Say what?
Would your pitchers also agree that you're the nice guy?
Yeah, I didn't. I would beg to. I would say that I don't think one guy didn't like throwing to me.
Hey, there's a difference between liking throwing to someone and them thinking that guy's a nice guy.
Yeah, like I'm sure some of them thought I was a dick at times, but like that was me
Yeah,
being a
that's
nice
all.
guy.
I would prefer it if you were a dick.
No, yeah, I give you
Because
what you need.
you
My
you
job
know
is
how
to give
pit-
you what you need.
Yes, but you know how some pitchers are like, no, I'm too stubborn to listen to you, and then
Yeah,
you're
so I
just
let 'em-
like,
I would either
"Shut up."
say,
oh shit, I should have did that.
yeah, like a great example is if a guy shakes me off, I would talk to him and be like, why do you want to throw it? You give me a reason, you get to throw it. And I'll say, I'll give you my one tip. Say it's a changeup because you are just an absolutely like, oh, I love my change. It's so good. It's not very good. And you throw it, and I'm like, make sure you bounce it. I'm going to block it, and we hope he swings at it. Then you get it out of the way. He doesn't swing at it. It's in the dirt. We don't get hurt. But if you hang it, because I'll never forget Juan Nicasio, I called a slider. He's been wanting to throw a cutter. He threw a cutter, and I watched Todd Frazier hit it on top of the center field awning where the Flames come up in Cincinnati. And I go, hey, Poppy, that cutter's good for long distance flights. And I just walk back.
And I'm gonna throw somebody under the bus because he knows, and he probably not listening to the show because he thinks he's too big to listen to the show. So I'm gonna throw you guys one. Nick Wright, who I've seen at an event, and I told him I've attacked him, and I said, listen, your whole LeBron Michael Jordan thing is bullcrap. You don't know what you're talking about. And he said LeBron's the greatest.
That argument's stupid, anyways.
Now I'm just speaking the truth. We've reached out to Nick, and Nick will not come on this show. So I'm going to throw Nick under the bus right now. Nick, anytime I will go on Fox Sports, you won't invite me on your show because you know very well I'll wear a suit. I'll wear whatever you want me to wear. It's not going to make a difference. I will absolutely attack everything you say about Michael Jordan, comparing LeBron James to Michael Jordan. You don't know what you're talking about. And here's another thing. Your takes on everything but eating the ass of Patrick Mahomes, and you've heard my words straight up. He can go down on his knees and suck Patrick Mahomes off. It wouldn't make a difference because the fact is where he is in his career, he had to do a lot of ass kissing to get there. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I am not going to do that, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Sometimes, and you're right, Mike, you can kick down the door and you don't do. How about having somebody just give you a little bit of a nudge and say, you know what, this guy is different. This guy is better than different. And just, there it is. Listen, I've said this many, many times to different people that know me in the industry. You give me 15 episodes on your network, and after the 15 episodes that I'm done with, whenever you put me, it could be late night, it could be dirty morning. I say dirty morning because nobody gives a crap, even though they drive home. It doesn't matter where you put me, that by the end of my 15 episodes, you're going to ask me, what do you want and how much do you want? Because I know, and it's not even about money. Everybody's all about money. It's not. If it was about money, I would be doing something different right now. It's not about money.
Only fans.
That's a
Well,
whole
he has
other-
one of those. He's a toe guy.
No, I don't. But Speedy does.
Yeah.
We got something for you.
Oh, God.
We got something for you. Speedy absolutely has a fans only. Here you go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the great
Ooh.
Speedy Petey. You're going to
No.
need a Men in Black memory
Mac,
eraser.
going back to your whole shaking thing off.
Yes.
Usually, every catcher that I've had figures me out really, really, really fast.
I've already figured
And
you out for the most part.
You probably know what I want to throw too, because
I don't know what you throw, but yeah, like I have a philosophy. I'll let you finish.
Four seam 12-6 slider cutter thing, and then change up. It's a split. It's a modified split. Like I'm like this on the ball.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Speedy, show him
But
your
the
shocker. Show me shocker. Hold on, show him. That was the perfect thing. Here you go, Speedy.
Okay.
Here it is. There you go, guys. There it is. There.
yeah, I like that. I like that. But
Speedy,
I
a
had
lot of
it.
people pay for that, don't they?
Yeah.
Mike, the first time we actually did that, it started with one of our betting guys is from Kansas, so he goes to a lot of the Wichita State games. That's their thing, the Wichita State Shockers. That's one of their things. The first time we did it, we introduced on your show with your teammate Garrett Jones. He was the first guest to see that. And we were like, and every time.
Is that why your name's Speedy?
All right, so Speedy comes from.
It's because he works
Yeah,
out
right,
real
right?
quick.
Yeah, I guess the thumb action works for that kind of thing.
I'm very good at giving nicknames.
Yeah,
Okay.
he also he's a fake shower too. Speedy, he's like it makes a noise, but only uses the tongue.
He can't fake. He's got a beard.
He looks like Jesus Christ. Okay, he looks like Moses or Jesus Christ. Come on, man. If there's anybody that looks like him, and by the way, we got a nice graphic for that one too, Fish. You could post that one up whenever you have a chance. But
Where's
I
the
gave
Fish
him the
graphics at, dude? This is what I want to see. The graphics directly of Fish. Speedster.
I don't think.
Wow.
I don't know. Fish, I don't know if he has any one of himself. We finally gave him a soundbite for him like a couple of weeks ago.
I know the thing about us
Is it a fish like jumping in the water or what? What do we got?
No. That's just his nickname. But the crazy thing about our show
Is it because you smell or I'm so confused by it.
Well, he doesn't smell. That's his name, Aaron Fish.
That's my last name.
And that's his name.
Okay.
So they call him Fish. And he was a football player. And believe it or not, he's probably taller than you, Braden. I mean, he's like 6'3". I mean, he doesn't look that big, but he's a pretty big guy. You know. So
I'm 6'3.5".
Oh, okay. So you're the same size. So you know, with Speedy, he doesn't even have to get on his hands and knees.
All right, now can I tell Mike how the Speedy PD nickname came out?
Yeah, I would love Speedy. I would love
his
to know.
partner and him, when I first came to the network 7 years ago, recognized on air that I talked fast. So that's where the Speedy element came from. And the PD element came from Errol thinking, without the facial hair, I looked like the kid from the original Peach Dragon. So all all together.
Peach Dragon. What a movie.
1978, baby. That was my favorite, Disney movie growing up. So if you ever you get a chance, you got your iPad right next to you. You can check it out. But icky sticky, if you know what I'm talking about, Speedy. You know all about grabbing things.
I don't know. Ask Max Scherzer. He got suspended twice.
Well, that's true too.
One of those was dumb.
I agree.
It was the rubbing alcohol, right? They told him to go put the rubbing.
Don't do that one time and tell me that the umpires have any clue of what they're doing.
Yeah, but I don't think people realize how much worse using rubbing alcohol in general makes the whole situation.
They told him to do it. They're like, "Oh, just wash off your hands." I'm like, they have no clue what these reactions are going to be when they tell them to do this. Like, they have not done any research. They have not done anything. It's all been a joke the whole time. Like,
I had a teammate in Mexico who would use the rubbing alcohol because some areas down there is very humid. He would use the rubbing alcohol and then just grab the rosin bag one time, and then when he would come back in, he would dump the rubbing alcohol back in his hands and mix it together. It washes the rosin off, but all it does is it literally makes your hand like the baseball.
I could pick up my car
was
with that.
Yes, it's so incredible. It's an absolute joke. So Scherzer getting ejected for the rubbing alcohol thing after that was bullshit.
Yeah, when they told him to do it.
Drew Smith one was really bad too. That was like probably the worst one with the
The problem is there's no standard, right?
No.
Oh, you can use rosin and water, which makes everything tacky.
Yeah.
But like if you put more water on it, may be more sticky. If you're sweaty that day, or if the rosin's a little bit wet, or the humidity's different, all that matters. So they have no actual like standard. So it's like, oh, you're too sticky today. Well, your face is too sticky, meathead. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, Speedy likes sticky things, right?
Now when it comes to substances, I might get suspended here by immediately.
Well, hey, that's the thing. Is I had guys using baby oil and hair gel and all that stuff, and that doesn't help. Some hair gel, if you do it right, will make it really tacky. But they use the stuff that was slick, dude. You talk about spit fingers, splits. All of it was nasty because of that. No. But they don't. That's not a problem. Because guys,
did anybody ever use gorilla snot around you?
Gorilla Snot, Gorilla Glue. How's that?
No,
I'm not even
gorilla.
sure what that is.
It's called gorillas. It's like gorilla snot, but it's what they put on their
That's how
guitar
he got his
player.
nickname, Speedy. Getting the gorilla snot.
Yeah, but the gorilla snot was designed for like picking a guitar,
Oh, okay.
so that you don't have like calluses and stuff on your fingers. But that stuff, I'm not gonna lie to you, I totally experimented with that
Yeah,
shit.
but if it can help with calluses, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
Dude,
by the way,
I did 2 hours of BP the other day, and it was with different baseballs. Dude,
Yeah.
I was bleeding out of my thumb from a callus.
That's crazy.
Well, that's stop grabbing on things, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not as speedy as Speedy.
Well, Speedy doesn't like to spit, so
How
that's
many
probably
how
why
many
he has
stolen
calluses.
bases
There
did
it
you
is.
have in the show?
There it is. Look,
Me,
look,
not
show-
many.
Look,
It's any.
Less than 10?
Yes, less than 10.
Less than 5?
I think I had 3.
Ooh.
Is that close?
A catcher in 7 years, 3 bags. We gotta get those numbers up. What are we doing?
We didn't, but back in the day when I was playing, like that wasn't a thought. I'd be
Catchers didn't
running
run.
like crazy now. Running like crazy.
No, it wasn't a
You
thought.
stole more bases than Speedy had orgasms, so you're in good shape.
What, in the last 4 minutes?
I don't know about it, if that's true.
No, that's true.
Braden, you might have as
Hey.
well.
Brother, I mean, Speedy might be,
No, he knows nothing about that. Yeah.
If he knows about this, then he definitely knows about this.
He doesn't know anything about.
I think
it. He just
Speedy's
knows
into
that-
tickling.
Hey, well,
Oh.
maybe we
That's
should
right.
hook him up with P Diddy.
No. That'll
Speedy
definitely
might
not.
be into some amputee type shit.
Oh boy.
These cracks.
Snug the cat's freeze.
So now, Braden, now you get the picture of the caller Errol was bashing before.
Yeah, well, Snug he has a lot of cats. and,
Wait,
you know,
is that actually him right there in the left corner?
Yeah, that is.
That's Keith. Who was having an argument with Errol about the Yankees and the Royals and bashing.
No,
him for
no,
the
no.
people
I'm not
who
talking
scored.
about on our screens. I'm talking about the dude with all the cats. Is that Keith?
No, that's Keith, but that's Snug. Snug the cat is, he has cats. So no, that's not him, but he has a lot of cats. That's why he calls himself.
Oh, okay. I was about to say
They're
that
just calling
dude's
for fans.
that boy's whoever that picture it was. That guy's forearms were massive.
Well, it's not. That probably isn't true. And if they are big, it's probably because of something that he does in his private life. But anyways,
PD.
Oh God.
Now we're back to this.
Oh no.
But
Oh,
anyway,
boy.
Back to what we were talking about. I just want to, I everything that we spoke about, everything that we do on this show is just honest, and we love when you guys come on. By the way, Braden, you're a very straightforward baseball player, and what you've done in your career and where you're going in your career is only going to go up because you still you have the hunger to get where you want to go. And by the way, you have the talent. There's no doubt about it. You wouldn't be playing in the Mexican League if nobody thought you still had the talent, so. And as far as you, Mike, I've listened to you, doing Pirates games, and you're an intriguing person. You have a personality that'll light up a room. There's no question that you have the ability to do that. And that's why you're in the position that you are. So I think
brother.
both of you, yeah, that's true. I mean, everybody that's come on our show, I become fans of, because even if I've never heard them or even insisted to continue, building a relationship with them, I still check them out. I want to see what they can do and how good they are, what they, obviously on what they do. And I think you obviously know the game. You're a catcher, and the best managers in baseball history, I don't care what anybody says, it's the catcher. And why? Because they know the game just as good as anybody does, because you're the one calling. You're the one calling.
It's out in front of us. It's out in front of us. Only guy not in play, so I can see the whole game.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty. Everybody asks. We've had this argument. What is the hardest position to play as far as defense is concerned? And we've argued this. Everybody said shortstop, center, and catcher. And I said, this is my order: catcher, shortstop, center field. And I said the catcher runs the game. So you can't even argue that the catcher plays the hardest position. And shortstop, he's the one that listens to the catcher on shifting the field. You know what I mean? And what does the center field do? He just is the bitch, you know. This is where we want you to be, and this is where you're going to go after and use your speed to get it, you know. So
hardest place to defend on a baseball field is the pitcher's mound.
except for Bartolo Colon, he did it very well.
That's why you duck out of the damn way when the ball's
Hell
coming.
yeah, bro! I can't tell you how many times I've had a pit. There's a video on my social media of me at spring training throwing one, and this ball just got pissed on right back up the middle and just right off my ribs. And my first reaction was like, don't think about how bad it hurts right now. Finish the play. And I turned, and when I went like this, the ball just dropped straight on the mound. So I picked it up and like flipped it to first base, got the guy out, and then I just proceeded to lay on the mound because I was out of commission. And they came out, they were like, "Oh, do we need to get you checked out?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good."
I don't know if you guys.
I should have got checked out because I pissed blood for 2 weeks after that. I'm not joking. My kidneys are still hard as a rock in that area. But
it's
dude,
just calcified. You're good.
It's not classified anymore. It's on the freaking internet. It's okay though.
Calcified.
Oh, calcified. Yeah. No, it's calcified. I thought you said classified.
No,
but
Mike was preparing my work for 15 minutes in his dictionary.
How many times a ball just goes like by your face on the pitcher's mound where you have to get out of the way. Like you have zero time to react to that shit.
You should do the John Lester approach. Just throw your glove to first base.
Or you could do the John Lester approach. Just yell at everybody on the sidelines.
That's true. No, honestly though, I firmly stand behind that catching is the hardest position to play in baseball because it's easy to stand there. I mean, it's not easy to stand there and throw strikes, obviously, because not everybody can do it. But for the catcher to have to call the pitch, then not know where the hell the thing's going to go 90% of the time, because the guy on the mound, especially when they're throwing as hard as they are anymore, guarantee you those guys just try to aim down the middle and rip it as hard as they can because they don't know where that shit's going to go.
And I want to.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you called a down and away slider and that shit just goes like this backwards and just
and hit you in the balls?
Breaks your hand.
No, that comes on
foul
foul
ball.
tip.
Yeah, foul balls. Oh, dude, I wouldn't trade.
You got to deal with
positions
umpire.
anybody.
Nobody ever talks about that part.
Yeah,
Michael,
You're the balance. When you're pissed off, you're not getting a call or whatever. I'm back there like, no, my guy. I'll take care of my guy. That was probably an in-betweener. Let's just try to stay down there longer. And I'm just massaging it all. And it's so much fun. So much fun.
I got massaging it, right?
I got the privilege of.
I wasn't talking about the prostate.
No.
Speedy, I got a question for you.
Oh God.
What would you rather be?
Hey, I appreciate it, Webby.
What would you rather be? A pitcher or catcher?
Oh God.
Oh, he would want to take it.
Yeah, I think so. But what would you rather be?
I don't know. I probably if you were to ask me that 3 years ago, I probably would have said a pitcher. But with all these arm injuries that are happening now, I don't know.
He's going to be a catcher.
The obvious answer is you want to be an elite pitcher. That's where the money is.
It won't be for very much longer.
And,
what do you mean? That's what it's going to be for forever.
All right,
Outfield pitchers. The people who get disrespected the most, who don't get enough credit, are definitely catchers on that standpoint too, because they're the ones back there for the whole 9 innings. You know, a pitcher goes out, has a great game, but they're not like, oh, my catcher called a great game. They're like, yeah, I was feeling my shit that day. No, it has to do with me. I've always had lots of respect for my catchers, and I also have had the privilege over the last 2 years of playing for Jose Molina. And then I got to play for Yadi Molina in winter ball, and those two guys were just like I talk to Jose every day still because he treats me like I'm his own kid, and that guy, yeah. But that guy, I can't tell you how many stories he's told me of situations that were similar to what I had in the game that night. He'd call me into the office, good, bad, indifferent. It didn't matter how the game went. And he'd be like, hey, this is what I saw from the game. This is what I think you need to do. You know, he's always teaching, always trying to make me better and make everybody else around him better. And that's just a style that you talked about catchers being the best managers earlier. Like I think that's real is all get out. They know if he wants it. dude, watching that guy manage was incredible.
Who?
And Yachty.
Oh, yeah.
I played for him in winter ball in Puerto Rico, and bro, there would be so many times where something would happen, and he would just immediately go out there and start getting in the umpire's ass, just like this guy. This is stupid. That was a horrible call, or whatever. And so we had a guy get thrown at, and he knew the other catcher, and he was like, "Hey, you can't be doing that. Like this is like a dangerous game. We're not in a situation to where that was necessary. I understand if it is necessary, but it's not. Like he just knows how to handle everybody on the field all at once."
Mike, you played with Yanni at the end of your career too, I believe, when you were at the
I
Cardinals.
did. I love my last stint in the big leagues, and dude, he's great. I still think he has to smoke weed before he plays because I don't know how he has such a slow heartbeat, and he does see everything. And I thought one of the cooler things in my career, our first pitcher catcher meeting, he came to me and said, take like the lead. And he didn't say anything afterwards. He just patted me, and you could see the respect that everybody had like that didn't know me.
Yeah.
Like he understood that I was going to bring something that he wasn't going to bring, and he was going to be catchy, caught every day when I was there. But he wanted me, we were playing the Pirates, to kind of like break it down. And I did. And
What year was your last year with the Cardinals?
16. It was only about a month.
You were only with the Cardinals for a month?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was in the minor leagues for a while. I was coming back from injury.
Yeah.
That was a year I played for the Brewers too. Played for 5 teams that year.
Oh, there you go. You guys could get your mutual Brewers take a shot at their organization.
No, but I would say I'm gonna have to get off in a minute, but I wanted to talk to you guys. You guys were talking about arm injuries. It's a hot topic for me, and I think no one's talking about it properly in my mind, because we have more information, more technology, more understanding, better nutrition, better training, better everything. Make it make sense.
You want to? Can I give you my opinion?
Yeah. I'll give you mine too.
I'm currently in the standpoint of still doing it and going even to Mexico. They still that like we play whatever the big league rules are that year in Mexico. It's crazy, but they went from last year the pitch clock was, I want to say it was like 17 seconds. So this year we had 12 seconds between each pitch, and I firmly believe that with a mixture of constantly, like, no one baseball is the same as the next baseball. Like it's all different. So I firmly believe, in my personal and professional opinion, that has a lot to do with it. Is the you're trying to speed the game up because people are bored with a 4-hour long baseball game. And let's be so for real, like regular season, I mean, the only people who watch regular season baseball are actual true fucking baseball fans and degenerate sports gamblers. That's just how it is. And the playoffs is the biggest thing. But if you go to those Latin countries, baseball is king year round. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't
4
matter
4 hours
between.
down there is nothing.
It's absolutely
party.
nothing. And yes, and that's something that I think would make everything better. Lower the alcohol sales, whatever. But you're just like I talked about Glasnow earlier and how he had Tommy John, but that was his biggest complaint during whenever he blew out his elbow, was like, you're constantly switching the balls. You've switched them 3 times this season, and then on top of it, you're adding in a pitch clock and trying to make me move even faster than I already do.
Yeah, I think it was all too fast.
It is.
Like, I understand on both sides of it, and I do think it had an issue because of how fast they moved.
Yeah.
I think the training's off because of that, because you were talking about the time. So I've seen multiple. I worked 140 games, and it's my 7th year in a row outside of 2020 doing that. And you can genuinely see when a guy can't get the pitch he wants, he rushes through his delivery.
Yeah.
If that clock is a little fast, he rushes through his delivery. But then add the base running, right? Now he's also rushing, and he's trying to control that like he's never done. But the biggest problem in my mind is the protection from the get-go.
Yeah.
Is the chasing of what isn't necessary early on. and the training that sucks. Because they're training these guys to be Lamborghinis instead of Honda Civics.
Bro,
I want the
during the
most
baseball,
reliable guy on the planet, and I'll soup that bad boy up like Fast and the Furious.
yeah,
Let it be souped up over time. But like that's why you're not probably in the league, right? Because you're chasing, like most, the best like spin, the best extension, the best this, but you're not finding that 90% is what I call it.
Yeah.
Where can I be most successful at 90%, be most reliable, be most available, and repeatable? Because like you're right, it's like this. But
Yeah.
how do you get hurt? You go like this.
yeah,
And the training, we got to recover, we got to do this, we got to hold the pitch count. You never find a threshold. That's my last point.
yeah.
There's
Most
nobody. They
most
never work up
definitely-
to 200 innings.
Most
anymore.
definitely after this, I want to get your number and I want to talk to you because I'm a guy who's 110% the whole time, whether it be the game 1 or
Yeah, and
game 7
you
of the
don't
playoffs.
lose it. Like,
But I've always been that way.
You don't
I've been
lose
that way my
that.
whole-
You
my whole life.
harness that.
Yeah.
But your gift will be to learn how to do it at a feel pace.
No.
If you can learn how to feel everything because you are a psychopath on the mound, which I deemed really quickly. I want that psychopath to come out in the game, but not take over the game.
Yeah, I think that's where
Over the
I
bullpen.
think
want
that's
you to be
where
able
my
to put on the
issue is.
tape.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but like they don't train that way.
No.
They train for optimization. They never train for just complete, like, can we be as consistent as possible where these waves? But that's how you stay in the big leagues.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. Like I don't know what the missing link is other than everybody trying to justify their job, everybody trying to keep a job.
Yeah, it's just there's not many jobs out there, and
Yeah, but if that's the case, dude, put your pedal to the metal and let them go.
Yeah, I say the same thing. Well, look at this. Look at I told you, TV,
Let
radio.
the agent stop it.
Now, the agent doesn't do anything. Okay,
No,
the
they
agent
really don't.
They don't do nothing. Okay, they just want to reap. They just want to reap the benefits at the end of it. That's just
The reality of it is, if the agent wanted to be as good as it possibly could, he would teach you guys how to negotiate your contracts. You would go through all the process because he can't control 9,000 guys. So if he can create dudes that want to win, you're paying for his mentorship and his connections in the game, not for him to negotiate a contract. It's so misleading. You're looking for someone to mentor you through and manage the problems and help enhance your career by saying, hey, you're missing these elements. Agents don't do that. It's so dumb. Like, you probably have no idea the best fit you have in the big leagues.
And then think about how much easier that would be too for you to leave your career and then go work for that guy or be an agent outside of that.
Yeah, because he's building his next guy.
No.
But when you've gone through it and you've seen it, like, that's just my personality. Like, I'm persistent as all get out and I want to understand it. The more you learn, man, it's just like they're just these barrier systems in place. And it's like, hey, why don't you let me through that barrier, like you were talking about, Marks, so I can understand it. And it's better. We can all make money.
Yeah, but it's not even again. And I know you got to leave.
No, I got a couple more minutes. This is too good.
I will say this. You both of you are completely right. And if we knew the barrier and how to cross it, we would be doing it. But the fact is, you understand what talent is. You see what talent is. You see the performance of the talent. You put all your eggs in that basket. And everybody says, don't put all your eggs in one basket. How about this? If you put your eggs in one basket and you know the basket is full, why wouldn't you go after the basket? Okay. That's all I'm going to say. It's pretty simple. It doesn't, you don't have to, it's not like a song, The Shape of My Heart. Okay. The fact is, you know a talented person when you see it, and you understand what that talent could bring to a network or bring to an organization or bring communicative to that industry. If you know that, why would you hold back on helping him get there? Because if you know,
you're assuming that I don't think they understand different talent.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, different always seems to win in the long run.
100%.
So like, I don't think everybody wants Aaron Judge,
Mhm.
right? Aaron Judge has not played well in the postseason.
Right.
Nobody wants the bench guy, but how many times have we watched the bench guy step up in a big way, aka Lane Thomas, not a bench guy, but not a household name, win a game?
Mm-hmm.
Time and time again, it's how you evaluate that human being and say, how can I put him in an optimal situation because I see something, right? It doesn't have to be the talent. It's just like, I see the fortitude. I see the relentless persistence, whatever it is, but you got to pick that guy and say, I'm going to help you win. You be you, I'm going to help you win. Because the be you part is the hardest part to find.
You know what they're looking for is they're looking for people to kiss ass. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't go out there and respect somebody for what they do and how hard they do, where they got themselves. But here's the thing.
Nice producing, by the way. That was fast.
Yeah. He's right. 100%.
Hey, by the way, grew up in Knoxville. I gave him hitting lessons when he was a kid.
Really?
I have nothing to do with his swing. I have nothing to do with his talent. His mom asked me to do it. I did it. He was like 10, and it's just a cool memory.
No,
and you were like coincidentally separating the Cardinals organization for like a year. I think he came up with that like the year after you retired or something like that.
Yeah. I was hoping to run into him.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers threw the ball down with a Hail Mary and got a touchdown. And by the way, the Jets looked like they were. I don't know how he caught the ball. Lazard caught this ball. It was like almost a 65-yard throw, and it was a touchdown. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, people should probably listen to Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Cole on how to take care of their bodies and heal, because those guys did some things that are interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Or LeBron James or Tom Brady. I mean, I'm not behind the whole LeBron is the greatest basketball player thing, but I mean,
no, he's not.
They came out with a thing where it was like Tom Brady and LeBron both spend $1 million a year on their body to stay in that shape to where they're.
Yeah.
I get it. $1 million is a lot of money, but that's absolutely nothing to those guys, and it's something in the long run that keeps them still going this many years.
No doubt. And why
guys are
teams
way
don't
more
do it?
talented probably in the past burn out quick because they didn't have the money to
But
take care
here's
of
the thing. You guys mentioned LeBron James and everybody like that, and I mentioned Wright, and the reason why I mentioned Wright is because when Wright
David
walks, no, not David Wright.
Oh.
Speedy,
No, he's not the ideal one for the injury prevention thing.
I'm talking about the broadcaster that I've mentioned earlier in the show.
Yeah.
And he's on Fox and all that other stuff. When he walks through the door, everybody wants to talk to him. They all know who he is. He's got this, he's that, he's it. I walk through the door and they know who I am, but they don't want to talk to me because I'm not on Fox. But you want to know something? What he knows and what I know are completely two different things. And if I was in a position that he was in, I'm not going to sit here and just throw something out because it's going to stick to the wall because you want somebody to listen to you. And that's what these guys are doing now. They're just saying things for the sake of saying it. And they know it's going to build consequences. But guess what? It's going to make people listen. I say things, not just say it. I say it because I believe it. And I'm going to say it because I don't care about the consequences, because if you care about the consequences, why would you say it? Okay. So that's the whole point with this industry. It's like you're good when you kiss people's ass and you're bad if you don't. So where is it? Where does it all meet in between? I'm going to sit here and I'm not telling anybody to cry or anything like that. I'm sure if anybody's listening that knows or is probably listening, knows what I'm talking about. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. It's the facts. And the facts is there's nobody in this industry better than me. That's it. That's a fact. And until proven otherwise, I'm going to sit here and say it. And until you put somebody against me, I told somebody in the industry, not mention any names. He was a director of a network. I said, you take your 5 best guys and you put me in a room against them. You give us the same freaking question. And by the end, if you had a panel, by the end of those questions, I guarantee you I'll be the number 1 guy walking out of that building. 100%. And that's how confident I am. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And it doesn't matter what it's about. UFC, boxing, MMA. I said MMA. Baseball, basketball, football, hockey. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to tell you right now. I will give you my honest opinion. I will make you laugh about it. and I will make you think before or after I walk out of that building. Wow, that guy's out of his damn mind, but man, he made a lot of sense on what he was saying. So that's all I'm going to say. And that's how confident I am. I don't have to beat around the bush. And you guys know it too. I mean, Mike, you go out there and you're entertaining. You're a play-by-play guy. You're a broadcaster. That's what you do. And you have your own opinion towards each and every throw, each and every play that happens in a baseball game. Braden, you go out there and you're throwing a pitch. You're going to throw your best pitch. You're going to throw your weakest pitch. All you're trying to do is strike somebody out, okay? I don't need to strike anybody out. I don't need to have to say anything to say what to react how I feel. I react how I feel because I don't have to believe it. I know it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what sells in this industry. Knowing, not afraid to say it, and expecting the backlash behind it, but also knowing that I can back my statement out and not do it in a way where it's going to be derogatory, disrespectful, or not understanding when I say it. Okay? And that's all I'm going to say. And that's it. And that's what bothers me, because everybody that's been on the show, there you go. Silk the shocker. Steve.
All right, Braden.
Silk the shocker.
Just for you.
And I'm not trying to sell you guys anything that you don't know that you've been on the show. I'm not trying to sell you, Mike, and I'm not selling you, Braden. You know, I've said it. And it's not just you guys. We've had other people on the show, and they're like, one of the guys off air says, how are you guys? How is your show not on the main market? And I say, why don't you, your thoughts should be spread out there, and you could tell everybody in this industry what they're missing, because I don't know what it is, and I want to know.
I think I could say it about you.
I want to know.
But I'm still unsure about Fish. This guy hasn't said hardly anything the whole time we've been in here.
He's the executive producer, but we do get him involved. He's still learning in the industry.
I'm gonna call him Sushi.
What happened?
I'm gonna call him Sushi.
Sushi.
Hey, I've been a teacher for over a decade. I've heard every single making fun of my last name there ever was. So
No, Sushi's my favorite. It's okay.
Well, that's good. I'll take it then.
Yeah.
But I like
That's
Cece
smart.
just as much as I like sushi. I don't like sushi, by the way. But anyways, I like Cece, but I'm not attacking him. But I don't want Cece to I've seen Cece Sabathia on a golf course. He's still pretty big, so I'm not. And I'm not a tall guy. I'm like 5'10", 5'10 and a half. I mean, Fish is 6 foot. I'm a big guy. I'm like I walk at 220, 225. I'm a big guy. I work out and I take care of my body. So but I'm not. Listen. Everything that you do, I try to do it to the best of my ability. It's anything that you do. You can. We're on this earth for how many years? I mean, how old are you, Mike?
39.
You're 39. I'm older than you, Mike. I'm 42 years old. Okay.
It's a good year.
Yeah. And Braden, how old are you?
29.
You're 29. Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's a puppy.
I'm still a puppy.
You're the same age as Speedy. Okay. I want to let you know something. For me being, just think about this way. I've been in this.
Speedy's seen a lot. He looks older than all of us, though.
That's because of the beard.
It is the beard.
Off.
And it's kind of got that like dark shadow look in the back.
Whatever it is, it's definitely dark. That's for damn sure.
All right, fine. But for the rest of the show, I'll be nicknamed Shadow Petey.
Yeah.
I don't think I would buy candy from Speedy.
What I'm trying to say.
If you drove a minivan, there'd be problems.
Without
what
a
I'm
doubt.
trying to say before I let you guys go, what I'm trying to say is I've been doing this for 12 years, and I never for the last 2 years, I've been pushing to get myself on. I've helped so many people in the industry. I'm not even going to mention names. Everybody in the industry knows what I have done for them. And I've never, ever thrown anything. I didn't want a pat on the back or this or that. Don't do it. I don't do it. But they're all where they are in this industry because I've helped them get there. And my show, when they were on my network, my show was the #1 show on my network. #1 every single year. Ask anybody that's watched our network and all the different shows that have been on. My show has been #1 on our network every single year. And I'm watching them just boo, 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 boo. And because they're doing whatever they're doing because they did this and they did that. And I'm sitting here because I've believed what I have preached. And I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. But there's one thing I could say. Walking through that door is not enough for me. It's not. It's just another. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Kick it in.
Kick it. Listen, I'm trying to.
Hey,
I don't know what I have to do more.
Here's the thing too.
I don't know.
If end up, you and I talking, somehow manage to end up in the big leagues with the Pirates next year, that'd be great. I'll give you a pat on the back, Marks. I promise. On live television, I will say this is
You
the
don't even
reason
have to
as
give
to
me a
why.
pat on the back. But
No, no, but I
Well, how about
would.
if it
And
happens,
another two.
we'll come on here and announce it.
100%. I'm so down. But also at the same time, another reason to just get me signed to the Pirates too is because will literally die before I ever let Milwaukee beat me.
Screw you, David Stearns.
No, I'm just kidding.
He's with the Mets now. We take ownership.
I'll
of that.
say it. I have
Nah.
every right to say it. Screw
No,
you,
but
David.
I'm dead serious too. I want to just. That's the only reason I would ever want to go back to the United States of America is just to solely hunt down Milwaukee.
Well, Fish, whoever's got my number, give it to him. I'm gonna have to
You
bounce.
give it to him.
And hey,
Me too,
Mark,
I gotta go. I'm
can't
gonna get
stop, won't stop, bro. Just keep doing it.
I'm doing
Hell
it,
yeah.
And holler if you guys want to talk shop again.
Yeah.
We'll talk, Mike.
All right,
This
sounds
is
good.
fun. Let's get
Yeah.
in there. All right, I gotta get going too. Thank you guys for having
Braden
me.
Webb,
Take care, guys.
Mike,
See you guys.
Mike, fantastic.
You
Great
know.
interview.
Hey, you guys are always fun.
Marks, don't forget my
Speedy.
69.
I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to you. Speedy, you
Fish.
get your address. Speedy, you get your address.
Fish, I'm still sketched out by you, but we'll grow. We'll grow.
And Webb, it was nice meeting a real live cock.
Bro, it's so nice to meet you
Cock
too.
away, baby. Cock
Can't
away.
wait to talk off screen.
Drive the
Sounds
head.
good, guys. See you guys.
All right,
guys.
later.
Later, guys.
See you, fellas.
Michael McKenry and Braden Webb. Fantastic. But I'm honest. They know I'm being honest. I'm not sitting here being honest. They know. They've been on the show before. And Mike doesn't go on shows anymore. He really doesn't. He's too busy. And he's the Pittsburgh play-by-play guy. And he's the voice of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And they know. You know, the fact is that I'm sitting here, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I think everybody's, you're trying to preach I'm not trying to preach nothing. Okay. The fact is, you as an industry face of what, and I'm not mentioning anybody's name because it doesn't matter. Okay. You're not going to tell me that somebody on your network is better than me when they're not. That's it. You want to hear an ego? Here's the ego. There is nobody in the industry better than me, period. There is nobody in the industry that's better than this show. And if this show was on any network right now, it would be the number one show on the network. 100%. You could take it, you could book it, you can sell it, you can mail it away and stick it up your shiny little ass. That's all I'm going to say about that. And that's the truth. And that's it. And if you doubt what I say, then put it against anything that you have. That's all I'm telling you. Do it. And I guarantee you it will be something that you never even believed would put you as a a producer, a director. It would not only be a find, you'd be like, where were these guys or where was this show from the beginning? Okay, that's it. And that's all I'm going to say. I love Pat McAfee, by the way. I love what Pat McAfee's doing in the industry. I would love to get Patty on the show. He's doing fantastic things. I'm never going to throw anybody under the bus, except Wright, because I've called out Wright on the show. Called him out 3-4 times. We've reached out to him. If you have the balls to come on this show and face me square on about your take, and listen, this is not disrespectful to him. All right. I'm not disrespecting him as a man, as a broadcaster. I know that I'm better than he is. So if he's got the balls to come on this show and prove me wrong, then just by all means, come on and prove me wrong. Because by the end, and it's not going to be a take for anything. You'll get your take, I'll get mine, and my final take will be your full take by whatever you say about whatever you believe in any thought you have of Michael Jordan to LeBron James. So that's all I'm going to say about that. What is he saying? Errol even did the show on Periscope. Yes, I did. I was by the way, I was one of the first sports shows on Periscope. And that's a fact. And after I did it, everybody else was doing it. SNY, MSG, ESPN, Every single one of you guys followed in my step. I'll never get credit for it. And by the way, just so everybody knows, my platform was one, Sports on the Go One was one of the first digital profile shows in the country ever. Fact. And that you can go look it up. And I don't care what anybody says. Will I get the credit for it? Not at all. You know why? Because I don't really give a crap if I get the credit. Here's my crap. I'm telling you, anybody in the industry that's listening to me right now, and it's not some kind of pitch, it's a fact. Any one of your best guys come on this show, reach out to Speedy, reach out to us. You know where to find us. I'll love it. I will absolutely. And not only will I love it, I'll put money on it. I will put money against your money that whatever you bring up on this show, whatever content you want to bring up, pick whatever you want. That after that, we can get a panel of guys to vote who is better or has more knowledge in what we're talking about. And I promise you, when it's done, I will be the victor. And that's it. And that's it. And that's it. We're getting off this. I'm not talking about it anymore. It was a whole thing with Mike. And Mike understands. Everybody understands. And we were talking about different things. But, an hour and a half is an hour and a half. Having a conversation with a bunch of guys that are in the industry and understand what they do in the industry, that's all that matters. All right. Who do we have? Keith?
We got Keith. Yeah, Keith.
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up, Keith?
I'm just waiting still for, first, when are you going to come up with a graphic with yourself and you boys in outer space, actually? Especially about the Kansas City Royals. I still haven't heard anything about that. Where you all went off on me, every one of you. Let me have it. And I was right and you were wrong. And I wouldn't care except the way you did it. Like I was an idiot and I'm in outer space. And well, guess what? I was right. It was a great matchup for the Yankees, just like Cleveland is, Earl. You're all worried about it in the first inning. First inning. Yankees matchup, they kicked the shit out of their Central. Cleveland has a good ball playing, absolutely. But, dude, Holmes was amazing again just now. I don't know if you watched him. He shut him right down.
No, I'm watching my Jets,
Yeah, I know. Did you see that pass by Rodgers?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he did
catch.
that. The problem right now tonight is the defense. The defense is just not. They're just not showing up.
Of course, the offense is playing great, and the defense isn't.
No, and this is going to be the Jets' downfall in the game because nobody is stopping anybody. They cannot stop the run. They can't stop the pass. And then when Allen makes a mistake, when he actually makes a mistake, they can't capitalize on it. It's very Jet-like. It's very Jet-like. And by the way, the Buffalo Bills offensive line, all they do is talk crap. Do you see them on it? All they're doing is talking crap. And I remember somebody, I'm not going to mention the tackle that was saying things. Actually, I'm going to say Deion Dawkins in the offseason taking shots at the Jets organization that he would never play for the organization. Good. We don't want you, bro. We don't want you. I hope the Jets stuff it down their throats. I really do. I don't see it until if they don't stop Josh Allen, there's no chance they win this game. They have to stop.
According to Webb, who doesn't have a clue what he's talking about almost all night, he said that Josh Allen was having a shit year. Now, after the first 3 games, they were talking MVP already. They played 3 crap games. Then he had one so-so game and then a bad game. But, Josh Allen has 9 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. So what the hell is he talking about? And also, nobody, not one person in ESPN or anywhere, compared Judge with Bonds. Nobody. So what was he talking about with that? That's just he's delusional.
Is that what you got out of that whole conversation when I was going after they attack the industry the way I was?
Wait. Let me finish, please. You cut me off this time. I'm just saying that, no, that isn't all I got. What I got is he doesn't have a clue about as far as those things. Maybe baseball, yeah, that's a sport. But now where he did have, did you see the stat that Ohtani, this is the sickest thing I've ever heard. In 19 at-bats, with runners on base, 16 out of the 19 times he has a hit in his last 19 at-bats. That's insane. That's the difference between him and Judge. You have to admit it. When push comes to shove, Ohtani he just fucking does it, man. The guy's an amazing player. He just is. I like Judge out here. He's a Yankee. As a Yankee fan, I think he might be coming on. I'm hoping, but Ohtani's just he's awesome. But I don't know. I kind of agree with him a little bit on that take. And yeah, Judge isn't known as being a great outfielder. So, I think he's okay. For not playing center normally, but he's definitely not one of the best, according to the stats. So I don't know. I haven't seen him play poorly. I don't know about you guys, but
So that's what you got out of that whole conversation, that hour and a half conversation we had about with McKenry, with Braden Webb. That's what you had.
Braden.
Braden.
What I got was it'd be good if you got his name. I got that. But what I got was.
What do you mean? I just pronounced his name. It's Braden Webb.
Braden Webb, not Brandon Webb, not the ex-Diamondbacks pitcher. No.
Right. What I'm saying is, he didn't know what he's talking about. That's all.
All right. Well, that's not what we were talking about, really. We talked to him, but that wasn't the main. We were talking about the industry, and how I have attacked the industry.
Yeah, he needs to stay away from. He needs to stay away from sports he doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right,
including his own.
Well, it's fine. That's fine. That's your opinion, And
yes. Now, what about the Royals, though? I still haven't heard one word from you guys about it. But you were talking
it's over. The game that you won, they won.
I was 1-3 in the
yes. Good.
You said you couldn't wait to throw it in my face.
Good. That's fine. Keith, is that what you called up? Because you want to make it a point?
No.
Good. You made your point. Anything else?
No.
Anything else you have? Anything else you have?
Like you make fun.
You were right. You were right. Now, what else you want me? You want me to get on my hands and knees and kiss your ass? That's not going to happen.
No. Professor, you keep talking about licking ass.
I said you are right. Now, what else do you want to talk about? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes,
What is
this is a great day in sports. The Mets, the Yankees, the Rangers, all winning. And what do you think about? Are you afraid of them playing the Mets?
No.
No. Would you? I'd rather them play the Dodgers. I'll tell you that.
No.
Really?
I'm not afraid.
So
I'm not afraid. I'm going to tell you why I'm not afraid. Because I don't listen. Whatever happens, the New York team is going to win. That's why.
Stanton just popped one.
I mean, as far as a Yankee fan.
Listen, what is that going to prove? If the Mets beat the Yankees, what is that going to prove? The Yankees won 27 World Series. This would be the Mets' third. What does it matter? What does it matter?
28. It's about what you do now.
I disagree.
No. What I mean is, as a Yankee fan, yeah, I get for New York. I get that. That's why. Well, you kind of contradicting yourself then, because why did you say you don't want New York versus New York? Who doesn't want that?
I didn't say
as a New Yorker.
I didn't say
you did. In the beginning of the show, yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
Ask Speedy.
No, I didn't.
You said.
I never said that. I never said that.
He said he's not afraid of the Mets or the Dodgers.
I'm not afraid of the Mets. I'm not afraid of the Dodgers.
No. He said he doesn't want to see. He'd rather not see the Yankees versus Mets.
I rather, but again, it doesn't really matter to me because a New York team. Yeah, Keith, are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
No, you did.
Are you done?
That.
Are you done? Are you done?
Well, if you tell the truth,
are you done? Are you done?
When you tell the truth,
I gave you enough time to talk. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thanks for calling.
You're ridiculous.
Thank you for calling. All right. I'm ridiculous. You want me to when Snug's on the show or Jeff's on the phone, this guy's got his tongue out and ready to lick. Okay. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Keith, we're friends, okay? But let's keep it straight. I let you speak. I have always let you speak. And the most you got out of that whole conversation was you thinking or knowing more than Braden Webb. Then attacking Fish the way you did. Me telling you were right about Kansas City. What else do you want me to say? And then telling me that I said something that I never said. All I said is that I'm not afraid of the Mets. That's what I said. I said, am I afraid? And then again, I don't want to play the Mets, but I'm not afraid of the Mets. And I said, am I afraid that the Mets beating the Yankees? Not at all. Why? Because to me, a New York team wins. So you can take whatever you want, Keith. And I'm not going to sit here and you and Snug and Jeff try to call the show and try to make it your own. It's not going to work on the show. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you said. And listen, the problem with you, Keith, is that you think you're always right and that you're never wrong. And that reminds me of Jeff and Snug. So it's perfect. You guys are like 3 peas in a pod. Maybe you should hang out with one another. Ian Rappaport reports that Haason Reddick turned down a 1-year deal of the money he wanted. He added that the Jets would have given him money back for the fines he picked up from holding out. Reddick fired several members of his last agency and was even threatening to retire if he didn't get his deal. Adam Schefter reports that Drew Rosenhaus has been hired as his new agent. Rosenhaus has said that he wants to make Reddick a Jet for many years to come. If Reddick doesn't report to the Jets in week 13, he will have to stay with the Jets next season. And here comes a field goal. Let's see if he hits it, 47 yards to make this 23-17. And he missed it. So there you go. By the way, that wasn't the Jets. That was Buffalo. So the Jets get the ball on the, I think, 40, I think it is, or 30, 37-yard line. I don't know where it is. It's close to that. Anyways.
Missed an extra point also tonight. And, keeping the Jets in it with that Hail Mary at the end.
Yep. This could give the Jets the boost. They need to score here. The defense has not played well, and there's nothing to brag about this game. If they can pull out a win, I mean, that would be huge for the New York Jets. I still am doubting it, but we'll see what happens. But to get back to Haason Reddick, Drew Rosenhaus is a big ass. Okay. Anybody that knows Drew Rosenhaus, he loves to come out and he loves to speak in front of the cameras. This is who he is. He's on radio shows. He's all over the place. I respect him for that because he's not afraid. He doesn't fear anything he has to say, and he protects his clients, and he makes sure that his clients get the most for their buck. He is the who do we talk about in baseball that loves to
Mr. Boras.
Yes, Scott Boras. So he's very comparable to Scott Boras when it comes to baseball. He speaks, he loves to be in front of the camera, and he knows how to get the most out for his clients. The problem right now with Haason Reddick is you bring Drew Rosenhaus in this, and Drew Rosenhaus says he wants him to be a Jet for life. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He wants his client to make the most money. So what is he going to do? He's going to make sure that if it's not the Jets, it'll be the Lions. If it's not the Lions, it's the Giants. Whoever is going to give him the most money. And my opinion here is if I was Drew Rosenhaus, I would tell my client, finish the season, get this season over with, sign this contract, and move forward. You will be a free agent at the end of the year. The Jets will get what's that kind of pick? Compensation pick. I'll give them a compensation pick, and you move on with your career, and the Jets will move on without you. That's what I would do if I was his agent. Not say, well, I want him to be a Jet for a long, long time. The Jets don't want you. If you don't see it, you don't read the file here. Here's the file. The Jets wanted you for this year. The Jets were going to negotiate a deal in the middle of the season that works well for them and you. If it doesn't, they were going to move on from you anyways. They wanted to win this year. That was the whole point of bringing you in. Bryce Huff has not worked out for the Eagles. Now, if you stayed with the Eagles, maybe the Eagles defense would be different. But guess what? You're not with the Eagles. You're with the Jets. And you're sitting there pouting that you don't have the contract that you deserve. So here's my opinion here. You signing Drew Rosenhaus to be your agent only causes more problems moving forward with the New York Jets. Because you know, and everybody knows, including Joe Douglas knows, that Drew Rosenhaus is out for one person only, and that's himself. That's it. He's not out for you. He's out for himself. How could I get this guy the most money so it puts more money in my pocket? Those are the facts. Now, I respect Haason Reddick for his own opinion to what he is and what he's worth. But guess what? What you believe you're worth is not what everybody thinks you're worth. And as far as I'm concerned, you're 30 years old. And you're not going to get that contract that Von Miller got. Because you're not Von Miller. Von Miller won a Super Bowl. You did not. You went to a Super Bowl. You didn't win. And that's the fact. And Von Miller actually showed up to the Super Bowl and had, 2.5, 3 sacks in the game. So my opinion to Haason Reddick is just sign the damn contract. Finish the season with this team. Win or lose, you don't have to be here next year. You're going to get your contract. It's not going to be what you think it is. But, hey, if you think that you're going to get that money and you think that Drew's going to get you that money, by all means, go out there and get it. But you're still owned by the New York Jets. They still own the rights to your contract. And if you keep this going, they own your contract next year. And by next year, means you'll be 31 years old. And then by the time you're ready to be traded, nobody's going to want you. So it doesn't really matter. So my opinion to this, sign the goddamn contract. It is ridiculous that you're sitting here believing that firing your agent and bringing in another agent is going to make the opinion set. The opinion is you have made a big mistake. And the fact is, it doesn't matter if you sign or you don't. The Jets win anyways. So you lose. And so does Drew Rosenhaus. Case closed.
Yeah.
Game over.
It seems like a last-minute leverage point to get a longer-term deal somewhere. I think he's already given up on the fact that he knows he's not going to get it from the Jets by making this move. I think the Jets giving him that 1 year, the money was undisclosed, but the Rappaport report said it was something in the range of what Reddick wanted for a 1 year deal. And that was ultimately going to be Joe Douglas's compromise. He was going to never give in, because he's stingy. He's smart and knows what he's doing when it comes to these types of deals and not overpaying players. Because we've seen previous Jets GMs be the opposite, overpaying Tremaine Johnson and Wilkerson. You were talking about before, but when he got hurt, got a big contract and was never the same. Big bad contracts like that. Le'Veon Bell, who was still the same thing, held out for an entire year with the Steelers. So they know, the Jets know that all too well, how that ended up going. And they want to avoid that same kind of thing with Reddick, and they're not giving in at this point. I think he's just leveraging himself for next year. He might end up signing a pity deal just to play a little, but it's not really going to make a difference.
So I actually disagree slightly, Speedy. There's new rules in the CBA from when Le'Veon Bell did this to try to prevent something like that from happening. If he doesn't sign by week 13, his contract rolls over to the next season, and he's under the same contract. So he has to show up by week 13. He's also got he's missed around $5 million in game checks, but he's also got another $5 million in fines, which were mandatory by the NFL. It can't be an arbitrary thing like, we're going to fine you this much, like it used to be, like Jerry Jones used to do to people and things like that to try to end the holdouts. It's a really nonsensical holdout, which is why it's perplexed so many people. He's not using logic. That's why CAA got rid of him. And Rosenhaus, he knows he's still a valuable player, so he can get a little money out of it. He's saying all the right things because that's his job. That's what he's doing. So look, Reddick gives a value to the team. They need an edge rusher. If they win tonight, maybe that's what they decide to do and just load up. Give them bite the bullet, give them the contract, maybe defer money through a fourth year. I'm sure they have ways to do it. That's not what they want to do. But Woody looks like he's going to be calling the shots on how this goes based on how he went out publicly to make sure this happened, how he publicly said it was all him firing Saleh. I think Woody's not going to tolerate it. And if the Jets don't come back in this game, even though the Bills are giving him every chance, and it is a weak AFC East.
Right. Looks like Breece Hall is almost in. He had a good run. So they're a first and goal right now. So I think hopefully they don't screw this up. How about bringing Allen in and letting him pound this in? That would be the smart thing to do. I mean, we'll see if the Jets are actually smart enough to do something like that. I'm just saying.
I'm not watching it super closely because we're doing the show, but
I watch everything super closely.
Are you seeing more zone runs out of them? Can you tell, if they're now that's what I think they weren't doing with Hall. They were trying to do more gap scheme runs, which are better for Allen, and getting Hall away from like the shotgun, like inside zone, mid zone, wide zone type plays. Mm-hmm. And I think you want to be more downhill with Allen, and you want to do that shotgun stuff with Hall. So, I see that. I just think that now you have a new offensive coordinator. You're going to see a little bit of what he thinks the offense should have always been. And I think you're seeing the running game finally work. And now, not surprisingly, Aaron Rodgers is more accurate.
Aaron almost screwed that up. I don't know where he was throwing the ball here. I saw it.
I jinxed it, I guess.
He's throwing it in a bad position. I mean, why are you throwing the ball to 83? He was not open. I think he was trying to throw the ball to Conklin.
Was covered though too. There's a linebacker behind him as well.
It didn't make any sense where he was throwing the ball here. He should have just ran the ball in the gap and given it to Allen. Let's see what he can do with it. He's a basher. I mean, that's what I would be doing. No, they have Breece Hall who gets stuffed. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. It's just terrible.
You're down there. Put in the heavy personnel and run your gap scheme runs.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense the way they're running these plays. It just, even Downing, it doesn't make any sense. None of it does. I mean, you take Allen out to put Breece Hall in to do the exact same thing that you should have had Allen do from the beginning. It makes no sense. Brees Hall's still in there, by the way. What is he bitching and moaning that he's not seeing the ball and at the goal line? He's done nothing this year. I'm sorry. I love Brees Hall. He's done nothing. So as a Jet fan, I just think and watch, the Jets are not getting a touchdown here. Nope. And they're going to get a field goal. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. They're going to get 3 points out of this, and they're going to give Buffalo. You better not be going. What is it? Third down? That's fourth. You better not go for this.
Fourth down.
He better not go for this. This is a very stupid move by him. If he does this is a dumb move by Ulbrich. This is not the Lions.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he, pulling from some Lions type of nostalgia here?
He should not be doing it. Oh, he's kicking. It's kicking.
Yeah.
It's a smart move.
You got to tie the game. What are you doing? It's the third quarter. Tie the game. They let you back in this game. Don't give away this chance. That being said, maybe just run the ball down the middle next time. Instead of doing these shotgun carries, instead of doing some play action. First down, pound it in. Get it to the 1-inch line. I know you're not doing QB sneak with Rodgers, but you could. What are we talking about here? This is not a complicated part of the field.
If this defense doesn't wake up and start playing a better defensive game, they're not winning this game because they're just giving Allen another chance to take the ball down the field again. Because Aaron Rodgers has been on the 5-yard line, the 2-yard line. They can't punch it in. They cannot punch it in when they're in that position. They're probably the worst red zone team. And where's Mike Williams in this game? Where is he? I don't understand. He completely disappears. Like, you have a wide receiver that's at one point in the league, he was one of the better red zone guys in the league.
He's got one target, no catches.
It's ridiculous. It's bad coaching. Speaking of bad coaching, the Athletic reports that Robert Saleh had 4 different candidates he was ready to replace Nathaniel Hackett with during the offseason, but ownership turned it down. 3 of them ended up on NFL teams. Luke Getsy on the Raiders, Arthur Smith on the Steelers, and Kliff Kingsbury on the Commanders. Saleh's main priorities were Kingsbury and also Eric Bieniemy, who was also hired by UCLA after Chip Kelly left for Ohio State. Reports say that Saleh is saying there was no set offensive coordinator role preventing those coaches from wanting to come to the Jets. Before being fired, Saleh was ready to fire Nathaniel Hackett or take play calling duties away from him. New head coach Jeff Ulbrich says that Todd Downing will call offensive plays tonight on Monday Night Football, which he is. And are they doing better? They are doing better. But how much better? I don't know. Because I just mentioned, why is Brees Hall doing what Allen should have been doing? It doesn't make sense. None of it does. But the fact is, Robert Saleh, and I don't know what the truth is, okay? I don't. And obviously, Aaron Rodgers decided that Nathaniel Hackett is going to stay the offensive coordinator. But guess what? Ulbrich took over and he changed that automatically. So it really didn't matter what Saleh wanted or what Ulbrich was going to decide. They both were going the same way. They were going to go with Downing no matter what. As far as the Kingsbury situation, the Arthur Smith and Luke Getsy situation, I don't know what to be true. Are all 3 of these guys better candidates than Nathaniel Hackett? 100%. There's no doubt. Look what Kingsbury's doing right now with Jaden Daniels. I mean, this is a rookie, and he's, what are they, 4-1? Or I don't know what, did they win yesterday?
4-2. They
4-2
lost yesterday.
So they're 4-2. So my opinion here is, if I were Robert Saleh, and I don't know if he's speaking to the Athletic or he isn't, I think he should just keep his 2 cents to himself. Because to me, if Robert Saleh ever wants a job again in the industry, he needs to just step away. Just step away, get a defensive coordinator job, prove your worth again, and maybe in the future somebody will give you that offer again. But right now, you go and speaking to the Athletic or speaking to somebody else that's getting to the Athletic is only putting you in a position where you look like you're sour about what the Jets did to you. The fact is, you haven't done your job. You didn't do your job. You failed. You lost more than you won. They hire you to win. They're paying you to win. You are on Hard Knocks. All gas, no brakes. Did you not say that? Do you not believe that? You saying your goodbyes to the New York Jet organization and fans, you said on the bottom, all gas, no brake. but it's been Ulbrich. And that's why Ulbrich is running that organization now as the coach. So here's what I'm going to say. With all the naysayers or the Jet guys that are all over social media saying whatever they're saying, and I'm speaking about the guys that are in the industry talking and speaking so high praise of the New York Jets. This team has been a laughingstock since I became a fan of this organization. I've sat here, made excuses for this organization over and over and over again. I do not believe Woody Johnson is a bad owner. I think Woody Johnson will open up his pockets and spend whatever it takes to win. Here's the problem. The problem is where you look at the coaching and the GMs that they've brought in. Now, I think Joe Douglas has done a great job drafting and putting this team together. He's made the wrong decisions in the worst times. You went after Zach Wilson when you had Sam Darnold. You could have won with Sam, but you thought Zach Wilson was your guy. Zach Wilson's now sour. He's over there in Broncoville laughing it up because he's a third-string quarterback and throwing your organization under the bus on some of the things that you did to him when he was there. And now, when your organization isn't, your back's against the wall, you bring in a guy that has thrown your team under the bus after the fact he leaves or gets fired. When is it going to end? When is it going to end where this organization isn't the laughingstock? I'm still a Jet fan. I want the Jets to win so badly, I can taste it. But here's the problem. This is an organization that has always tasted something, but never get the taste out of their mouth. It's always sour. The taste never goes away. It never goes away. It's always sour. Here. I rest my case. Reed makes a terrible, penalty, gets a terrible penalty, and it puts them in scoring position. This is the Jets. This is the Jets. And it will never end, no matter who the quarterback is, no matter who the coach is, no matter who the GM is, no matter who the owner is. And you, Jet guys, all over social media, all those podcasts sitting there and saying, I'm the Jet guy. I'm the best one in the Jets. I don't know who's paying you. But here's the facts. You can preach and say whatever you want about this organization team. You can interview whoever you want from this organization or this team in the past, present, or in the future. The fact is, if you are a real Jet guy, you would understand that this organization has been under the turmoil and the word turmoil since the day you were born. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Robert Saleh saying that he would have hired this guy and that guy, who cares? The fact is, you failed. You're done. You're over with. You're never getting a job again, probably in the NFL as a head coach. You are Adam Gase. You are Adam Gase. Because you proved to the Jets that you can't run an organization. You can't believe what you say you believed. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not butthurt of Robert Saleh. I think Robert Saleh is a good guy. I never met him before, so I can't judge him as a person. He sucks as a coach. He is a terrible head coach. He's a great defensive coordinator, terrible head coach. And I don't think he is one of those guys. He's one of those defensive, offensive coordinators that'll get a job and will be a great coordinator, but never be a good head coach. He's not a leader when it comes to a whole football team. Unfortunately, he just has proven to me as a head coach that he has failed, no matter as the head coach of the Jets, or he would have failed wherever he went. He's just not the guy. He doesn't know how to call offensive plays. He made excuses, and that's it. This is an excuse. I don't know what it is. I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know what the Athletic is trying to say. I don't care. The fact is, you're no longer the coach anymore. Walk away and go on your merry way, and we'll see what this team does, because we already know what this team's going to do. It's something, they're going to fall flat on their head. Until proven otherwise, that's what I'm going to believe. As a Jet guy, as an analyst, and I can contradict myself anytime you want. And yes, Keith, you could say I contradict myself all the time. I don't believe I contradicted myself of what I said about the Mets. I said I don't want to play the Mets. I did say that. I don't want to play the Mets. But are you afraid of the Mets? No, I'm not afraid of the Mets. No. Because no matter who wins, it's a New York team. I am a Yankee fan. I don't fear that the Mets beat the Yankees. The last time they met, the Yankees beat them. But I don't want to play the Mets because they're hot. That doesn't mean that I'm worried about the Mets. I don't want to play them because to me, I'm a Yankee fan. I don't want to see the Yankees. But again, if it doesn't worry me that the Yankees are going to lose to the Mets if they lose. It's the way this is sports. There's a winner, there's a loser. Get over it. Stop calling the show and trying to prove me wrong in anything I say, Keith. Because, Keith, I can slam you down on every stupid thing you've said. Every stupid thing you said. Didn't you pick the Jets to win the division? By the way, Keith, didn't you bet on the Jets going to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl? Now all of a sudden you think they suck. Now you say this, oh, they suck. Yeah, go Bills. Meanwhile, in the beginning, you were all about the Jets. Get off it, Keith. I don't throw you under the bus in anything that you say. There are things that you say is just completely pathetic and bogus. And that goes for everybody. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I'm real. And if you think you're going to call me out on my show, it's not going to happen. Not as long as I can speak. And I'm not going to be thrown under the bus that I said something when I didn't say it the way you said it. I might have said something of those long. I never said what you said I said. So, and I know what I said because I said it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. A little riff right there, Speedy. I don't know about you. I was throwing. I mean, it stuck. Did it stick on you?
And it wasn't intended for me.
I mean, if you open your mouth, it might stick. You know.
I'm gonna not test that theory. I'd rather not be a guinea pig for your germs. Yes, shout out Jamie Lee. Loudmouth's in the house. Yes, we are.
Oh man, it's wonderful. Yeah, it is wonderful. And by the way, those were great guests. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they really were. And they know. They know. Did you send him his number?
Yes, I did.
Good. I'm happy that we can connect them, and hopefully Braden gets a chance to play in the majors again. And listen, I'm going to send him this jersey. Get his address. I told you. Get Braden's address. I'll send it tomorrow. But I just want everybody to understand about the Jets. If you're a Jet guy, you're a positive guy, good. Stay positive. Positivity doesn't hurt anybody, but positivity doesn't win you a Super Bowl. Because if it does, you ask Tom Brady. He was never positive about anything that he said. He just did it. He just went out there and said it. That's it. There was no positive notion to it. He says, all right, I'm going to go out there and prove it. So go out and prove it.
I'll give you something I'm positive about. I'm positive there's no Super Bowl winner in the AFC East this year. These teams are back and forth. This is not great football. They're not playing defense right now. And then other times, the offense looks like they're confused when they get to the red zone. And then you have terrible game management at the end of the half again by the Bills, who almost blew the game last week because of game management. These teams can't get out of their own way. Maybe it'll be better now, but you know how it works in the NFL. As soon as they get film on the new offensive coordinator and what he likes to do, now it's up to the offensive coordinator to beat the defenders who are ready for what he's about. Mm-hmm. It's like maybe they'll get away with it tonight. They might be able to pull this out, and they'll be first in the division. But I don't know.
I'm not betting on that, by the way. I'm not betting on that. They're already. There's another flag. That's probably
like a block in the back on the Jets. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to set them back 10 yards, and they're out of field goal range, and they're going to punt it. So this is very Jet-like. I mean, I've said this many, many times. Stupid flag, stupid play calling makes them. It puts them in a bad position to fail. And by the way, it was on Buffalo.
No, it was on Buffalo. Okay, wow.
So. It was on Buffalo.
It's going to come down to the last possession. It looks like that type of game, and that's fun and all, but it's not really great football. It's fun, exciting football. We'll enjoy it as a game for this.
Really, it's not exciting for me. I want to throw up. I mean,
just in general, I'll tell you, it's more exciting than watching the punt fest that I watched last night and the suck fest of no one can hit it. I mean, I guess they missed 2 field goals in this game too, but. Look, I'd be much happier with either of these 2 offenses.
I need one fantasy point out of Bass, and he's already missed 2 extra points. I barely have it right now, but if he misses again, I'm going to lose.
Knowing
I
that
started
they
Daniel
fumble the
Jones.
ball on the 1 yard line and it's a touchback. I mean, it's very jet-like. I mean, I've known this to be very jet-like my whole life. And look, they're ready they're almost first and goal again, and they still can't punch it in. Look at this. Where's he running? Where the hell is Breece Hall running? I mean, he's running backwards. What are you doing? I mean, come on, dude.
He's got 100 yards today. Garrett Wilson's over 100 yards.
Hair.
It's looking beautiful on the stat sheet.
Great. It's looking great, but they don't win. It doesn't mean anything.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that they're set
There's
up
no
right.
doubt about it. Downing's a better offensive coordinator than Nathaniel Hackett. I mean, you're not blind. I mean, you have to be stupid as a Jet fan to believe that Nathaniel Hackett's. I've never seen Nathaniel Hackett have a wide receiver and a running back have 100 yards in one game. I've never seen it as a Jet, that's for sure. So, I mean, this is the first time for me to see something like this in a very long time. But nevertheless, if you don't win, it doesn't matter, And Lazard, he actually caught the ball. It's a miracle. He did catch the touchdown, the Hail Mary, but he likes to drop the ball. This team likes to drop the ball. And now they're 1 yard and Aaron's pissed off because, he should have gotten the first down. So,
Keith makes a comment. We said this earlier, the Jets O-line's creating massive holes. Again, it's zone runs, which they weren't doing previously, but it's really hard to run zone when they are loading up the box in the red zone, in the goal line area. So guess what happens when they get to the goal line area? They don't know how to run the ball anymore. So we're seeing that happen, kind of play out in live for us right now.
Again. Look who's lined up back there again. Breece Hall.
Let's see.
And who scores? Allen. I rest my case.
But there's a flag.
Oh, no.
That's another stupid. That's not on the Jets. That's on Buffalo.
Was it offside?
Oh, that's on the Jets. It looked like it was on.
No.
Tyron Smith.
Wow. You get a hold on a short yardage play is crazy. But anyway, guys, just so we could move on from Saleh finally,
Let's do it.
I just the last thing to say is Kingsbury would have been great. And I don't know
what's going on in the
He's the next head coach
for the New York Jets. He's going to be one of the guys that's going to be interviewing for the job. That's for damn sure.
He's doing quite an awesome job over there right now with Washington and Jaden Daniels. I think that the problem at the Jets isn't necessarily Woody Johnson. It might be Christopher Johnson. And I think you might have some issues with who's running and making those decisions. Maybe Saleh wasn't the right decision in the first place if you weren't going to put a real offensive guy, and then you don't like some of these offensive guys. I don't know what the reasons for it are. I do know that Bill Belichick disliked Woody Johnson so much that he stiffed the entire organization after being handed the reins to it. So I do think there might be just people that don't like the Johnson family and that they may rub people the wrong way, being this billionaire group. Oh,
Garrett
no.
Wilson. Yep. Garrett Wilson looks like he got hurt. He caught the ball and he dropped it. And he looks like he's hurting.
He got sandwiched by two safeties.
Yeah. That should have been a penalty, by the way. That should have been a penalty.
Good. Teams that win don't have problems like this in the red zone. It's just a fact. These teams that find a way to come through.
That's a touchdown. Is that a touchdown? That looked like a touchdown to me.
No, ball's way out.
Well, hold on. If he had his 2 feet in and he caught the ball,
he has to maintain it the whole way to the ground.
Through the ground.
I think
he didn't catch it inside before the end zone.
All right, let's get forward here. During the Eagles' 20-16 win over the Browns, the Eagles fans were booing Nick Sirianni and chanting "Fire Nick." Sirianni was yelling back at the fans when he left the field at halftime and at the end of the game. Sirianni said him yelling was just him being excited and pumped up about winning the game. Dan Orlovsky said that Sirianni yelling was a bad look because it made him look more important than the fans and the players. Mike Greenberg said Sirianni shouldn't be Eagles head coach if he can't handle being booed. The Eagles edged out the Browns at 20-16, and the Browns team that has only beaten the Jaguars so far this season. So a Browns team that hasn't played well, Deshaun Watson hasn't played well. I still think their head coach deserves another chance next year. He was coach of the year last year. He deserves a second chance. The problem is that Deshaun Watson is going to be this team's ruination. I just think Deshaun Watson is done. Whatever happened to him when he was the star quarterback he was with the Texans and over there in Clemson, he's no longer that. And there's no question that the organization set their team back by giving him the contract that they gave him. And now this is an organization that has no running game for some damn reason. The offensive line hasn't blocked a nosebleed. I say that, educationally, because that's one of my favorite terms, because a nosebleed can't be stopped unless you put a piece of tissue in front of the nose. But you can't do that with an offensive line that can't block anything, okay? Even if the line was bleeding, it wouldn't be able to be stopped. So, I mean, whatever terminology you want to use over there, by all means use it. But the Sirianni thing is, the Sirianni should have been fired last year, just like Robert Saleh should have been fired last year. The organization made a big mistake. And the fact is, where this organization is heading is downhill. That's where they're heading. This is a team that was in a Super Bowl a couple of years ago, was a play away from winning the Super Bowl. And now all of a sudden, they can't, when they do win, they barely win. And when they lose really bad. And again, Jalen Hurts is another quarterback that got a lot of money. Jalen Hurts has been a shell of himself. And by the way, he missed the field goal. So, jet-like. Again, another terrible, terrible penalty that is going to cost the Jets the football game. This is great. Absolutely great. How do you miss that?
32 yards. It's an extra point.
I'm just telling you, I'm used to this. No excuses. I don't want to hear any of these Jet guys on their podcast make excuses about this team and this organization. I am tired of it. I'm tired of listening to it, but I'm done. And Zuerlein, he's done enough for me I would get rid of him tomorrow. He's missed enough.
Jeff?
No, not right now.
Jeff, call back later.
Well, we got to finish up what we have to talk about. And if Jeff wants to call back in a little while. I just want to get the stuff out before we have to go. And then, Jeff, you can call and say whatever you want. Nick Sirianni right now, in the position that he's in, it's win or lose. Even if they get to the Super Bowl this year, he's getting fired. He's getting fired. That's the fact. I just think he's lost his team. And even winning the game and telling him, and him coming out and saying that he was pumped up and he was happy. No, he wasn't pumped up and happy. If you read his lips, you would know what he was saying to the crowd. Just read his lips. Go back. I read his lips. I know what he said. He can't handle the fact that the fans are going to beat him up and treat him the way they treat him. This is the Eagles organization. This is the Eagle fans. Everybody's come out and said that the Philadelphia fans are just, they're horrific, fans. They love to attack coaches, players, in the opposition. This is who they are. Deal with it. You knew you were crying on the field when you went to the Super Bowl when the national anthem came out, and now you've preached everything that you completely disagree with over the last couple of games, over the last couple of seasons. Okay, you preach togetherness. You preach that coaching is bringing the team together and making this believe as one, as a team. Well, guess what? Your team doesn't believe in you. Your fans don't believe in you. And you can't bring them as one because nobody believes that you can preach what you spit out of your damn mouth. You have failed as a head coach. And you'll never get a coaching job again. You had your chance to win a Super Bowl. You're not Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson will get another job even after he gets fired from the Jaguars. Why? Because he won a Super Bowl. You didn't even win a Super Bowl. Dan Quinn had to prove himself after that Atlanta debacle. But Dan Quinn is a great defensive coordinator. He proved that he can coach a team, and he's doing it right now with Jaden Daniels, a bunch of rookies. You're a failure. Bite your tongue. Go out there. Have your team play for you. And if your team plays for you and believes in you, your fans will. But guess what? A.J. Brown don't believe in you. We've heard A.J. Brown on the sidelines say what he said. You could read his mouth. We've heard plenty of different things from the running game and Saquon Barkley when he stepped off the field, I think it was a game ago or 2 games ago, what he was saying on the sidelines, yelling across the field at Sirianni. Defensive players, Haason Reddick is taking shots at guys like, Sirianni and the other defensive coordinator that got fired in the offseason. this is a team that's in turmoil. They got talent. There's no question they got talent. Talent doesn't always get you where you want. How do I know that? I'm a Jet fan. And I root on the Eagles, too. That's my second favorite team.
And you have a head coach by Nick Sirianni.
And as far as Mike Greenberg's concerned, I love Mike. Stay out of this. Why are you bringing this up? Who cares? Listen, worry about your Jets. By the way, who you were so happy about Aaron Rodgers, what was it, 2 years ago? Now all of a sudden he's too old. He sucks. He's this. He's that. He's nothing but turmoil for the New. Stop. We see what it is. And I'm not going to sit here and try to, beat around the bush. These guys are trying to, promote their product. And what their product is I'm going to create turmoil. Turmoil is going to sell to the public. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to say whatever comes out to my mind, even though it's not true and it has no meaning to what I believe, So the fact is the one thing I could say about the Eagles is I don't know if he can handle being booed. I don't think anybody can handle being booed by your own fans. Robert Saleh, do you remember what Robert Saleh did when his fans were booing him a couple of years ago? Remember? He was going to take receipts. Remember that? Did that make Robert Saleh look good? That's Robert Saleh. And I'm bringing up things that I've seen. Rex Ryan was there for 5 years. His final year, what happened? Rex Ryan, who's very loud and rambunctious, he usually says things that are funny. He said something that threw a loop. He said, listen, if you don't like if you don't like sitting and watching this team, then don't come. Don't come to the arena. What did that do? That stirred up a lot. And why he got fired the way he got fired is once you bring up the fans, once you say something or you beat around the bush and try to throw the fans on the bus, you're done. Because the owner's not going to sit to that. The fans are what pays the bills. The fans are the ones that come into the stadiums and spend $5s and $10s and hundreds of dollars. It is what it is. And Nick Sirianni just packaged himself out of the Philadelphia Eagles. The only reason why he's not getting fired is they're winning right now. If they lost, he's fired. If they make the playoffs, he's fired anyways. It doesn't matter. He's done. He mailed himself by saying what he said and doing what he did on a football field. It doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter who, I'm sorry, not the coach. It doesn't matter who the GM or who the owner is. The lighting's right on the board. He's done. He's going to get fired. As Donald Trump would say, you're fired. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it seems like a guy in Sirianni that I think was kind of fun.
By the way, that wasn't trying to be political. I'm just trying to be funny.
A guy in Sirianni, I think that was very fun in the beginning of it, I think has lost touch when it comes to managing egos. And it's the hardest thing to do in a sports city as brutal as Philadelphia. Now, schematically, I think for the last 3 years, he was a good play caller. He was a good game planner. But after the second half of last year, it's all got downhill from there. They barely can run the ball. And now you're seeing Saquon Barkley not like it. He started to struggle in recent weeks. It's not his fault entirely because they can't recall plays. And Jalen Hurts, like you said, he does not get along with Sirianni at all. We saw the leadership questions last year with both of them at the end of the season when the Eagles fell apart against the Bucs in the playoffs, and it's still lingering on. And Jalen Hurts has not had that same kind of season, and he has a lot of talent around him. Some of it got hurt at the beginning of the year, fine, but there's no adjustments from that. And you start to get into that stubborn end of it. You mentioned Robert Saleh, Sirianni's starting to get to it where he has to be his own ways
and make his own excuses.
And he's changing coaches all the time too, which again, when you go to a Super Bowl, your coordinators will get hired, fine, but you're being so stubborn and building the team the opposite way of what Howie Roseman wants to do too. And that's not going to create a good relationship with him either.
And by the way, Deion Dawkins got a bad penalty. And that's the problem with Deion Dawkins is he doesn't shut up. I'm sure the Jets have marked on their boards on what Deion Dawkins has said in the offseason. I would be pissed off. It doesn't matter if I was a defensive player or an offensive player. I would not like that piece of garbage stepping on the field and saying what he said about my organization and my team, saying that, they're a laughingstock, they're a clown organization, and he would never play for them. We don't want you, dude. I mean, I definitely don't want you a part of my organization. You're a clown for yourself just because you open your mouth and nobody gives a crap what you think anyways. Play the damn football game.
I mean, he called them a bunch of weirdos. I thought it was hilarious at the time when he said it. But at the, look, Sirianni, I know he went to a Super Bowl, but I think I'm going to say something pretty bold. I'd rather have Robert Saleh than Nick Sirianni because I know Robert Saleh can coach defense. I'm not 100% sure Nick Sirianni can coach offense. He was Frank Reich's guy as a quarterback coach, a receivers coach, followed him around from place to place. He became the head coach of the Colts. He was his offensive coordinator in name only. Let's face it, Reich was calling those plays. And then he got the Eagles job. And he had two great coordinators who are now head coaches underneath him. And it's not like anyone ever questions Saleh's integrity or moral behavior like you're getting out of Sirianni. Sirianni comes off like such a scumbag. As a Giants fan, I hate that guy. I love the fact that he's not as good as X's and O's as they were when he had Steichen. I love that the team doesn't like him. I love that he's screaming at fans because the Philly fans are just repulsive. And now he's like basically a fan going back and forth with fans instead of coaching the game. You can't be yelling at the fans in the middle of a game. You know how many things a head coach has to do during a game? And he's spending his time yelling at the fans. What an idiot. Get rid of this guy. But you know what? After the Giants play him, because we have a shot to beat him if you got it.
Aidan, we got to get through this show. Aidan Hutchinson suffered a fractured tibia and fibula during the third quarter of the Lions win versus the Cowboys. Dan Campbell said Hutchinson's got surgery for his fracture in his left leg, and there is no timetable on his return. His return would likely come in the postseason if he's able to return this season. NFL insider Mike Sando reports that Haason Reddick and Jadeveon Clowney are two names the Lions are interested in the offseason. Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson are two other trade targets that could be realistic for the Lions if they want to swing at the trade deadline. Hutchinson had 19 tackles and a league-leading 7.5 sacks this season. It's a shame. I didn't get a chance to see it. I heard about it. A lot of people are speaking about it. The problem right now is for the Lions is they weren't getting much of anything on that side of the ball without Aidan Hutchinson. Aidan Hutchinson's been everything to that defense. He's put not only the pressure for that defense, he gave them more likely to defend the secondary. They've had problems over the years with the secondary. They still are having problems in certain games in their secondary. That's because they're using a lot of young guys. The front seven has played better when he is in the lineup, but again, losing Aidan Hutchinson really causes a lot of problems on that side of the ball. Unfortunately, the Lions have not played the best football all season long, offensively and defensively. So right now, if you're a Lions fan, and by the way, he dropped the ball, the Jets are just so sly. It's terrible to watch this team. But the way it happened and what happened to his leg, on what I've heard, do you have it? Are you going to put it up?
Give me like 90 seconds.
Okay, so I never saw it, but I've heard many people tell me that it was disgusting. It was horrible to watch. And unfortunately, it could be career ending because not only did he break his tibia, he broke his fibula. So he might never be the same. He might not be as explosive as he's been over the years. It's a shame. Again, it's a big loss for the Lions. There's no question that it's a big loss for the Lions. But again, we've seen the Lions come out of these things over the last couple of years. I think Dan Campbell's a great coach, a sensational coach. They're going to have to add a pass rusher. I know Haason Reddick has been a name that has been brought up in conversation. Maybe they reach out to the Jets. Maybe the Jets can get more or a bang for the buck for Haason Reddick because they're desperate. I don't know. The fact is they're going to need somebody on that side of the ball that's going to be able to build pressure because they haven't gotten anything besides Aidan Hutchinson that is demanding doubles and triples at some points of the game. So it's a terrible, terrible incident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, it's bad for him because you don't want to see a great young player get hurt like that. And it could be career ending or could affect his career moving forward. So it's just terrible. Everything about it, I've heard about it. Here it is, by the way.
All right. So I'm going to try to, you're not going to see it great, but watch his leg as he comes around on a sack of Dak. He's going to hit his own guy, and it's just going to like snap like a twig. Right. So he's coming around.
Got it. I see it.
And he's going to bang right into his guy right here,
I see
54.
I see it.
And it just goes the wrong way.
I see it.
And it's just, I've never seen that. I've never seen it was literally his violence coming around on the sack mixed with, you're just not supposed to be over there swinging that hard when your legs in the air, and someone's just coming, his legs planted. It was like bashing, like I said before, like bashing a baseball bat into like a light pole or something. Like it like a wooden bat would just snap. It just was really bad.
By the way, the Jets they're completely screwing this up even more. I mean, there is more penalties by the Jets that's costing them. This game should have been over a long time ago. The Jets should be up by 3 touchdowns. Okay, this game should have been over a long time ago. The Jets are keeping Buffalo in this game. They are absolutely keeping Buffalo in this game. It's just I can't watch this. This just makes me sick to my stomach. Anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. Look, Hutchinson was having the best year of any pass rusher, at least as a pass rusher. I don't have the run stats, but he's the best player in the league right now.
In the NFL this year.
He's the best D end in the league right now as an edge rusher, as far as those metrics would say, by a decent margin. Myles Garrett being number 2, and it's really impressive in his second year that he was able to do that. Let's just hope that he can have a full recovery. I mean, I agree, Errol. I don't know how you come back and be the same guy. You're not going to have that same stability. You're going to really have to rehab it. Dan Campbell said he might come back this year. It would be just under 4 months from the Super Bowl from today if he came back for the Super Bowl, say they get there. That's, I mean, maybe if he's a super healer, but that's crazy. I mean, that's his whole lower half of his leg that's broken. It's a freak injury, like completely freak injury, and it just sucks, man. And look, maybe they'll go get Reddick. Maybe they'll go after Reddick to replace him.
They have enough cap space. I think they get 2 veteran pass rushers if they wanted. So
this might be a blessing in disguise for Joe Douglas over there. They can fit Reddick under their cap. They don't have to give as much for him because they can take on all the money. That might work, and it might be a solution to this never-ending drama, it seems, with those guys. But so sad to see a guy of this caliber playing just beginning to play his best football go down like that. Just tragic.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, listen, Keith, I'm reading everything you're doing, and that's fine, dude. You can say whatever you want. You're obviously climbing the walls of Mr. Jeffrey. So it's fine. It's great. I don't honestly, Keith, I don't care what you say. Okay. So, and as far as I'm concerned, your opinions mean nothing to me. So there you go. Anyways, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's horrible. And unfortunately, it's tragic. And hopefully Aidan Hutchinson comes back. Did he miss it again?
He did.
He missed it again. So
bad kickers.
Wow. Is it just really windy out there today? Do you know if it's windy?
I don't know, but
it seemed like
Greg the Leg is probably going to get fired at the end of this game because this is putrid football. It's just like
it's what I was saying. Neither team wants to win. This is not what a Super Bowl team looks like. Yeah, I can't tell you one time I've seen a Super Bowl team be this incompetent scoring. Either one of these teams. This should be so much better than this. And
Buffalo's winning this
game. It's not
game,
week 1.
By the way, Buffalo's winning this game. I've said that from the beginning. Now, in the beginning, I had the Jets winning this game. These mistakes and all these penalties that have cost them, they're not winning this game. I'm taking the Jets. I'm taking away me taking the Jets at the beginning of the game. I have the Jets losing this game. So, unfortunately, this is just a horrible game. To watch this game just makes you sick as a Jet fan. Mike McDaniel said that Tua will return again this season, and he thinks he will come back even better. He added that he wouldn't rule out Tua playing in Week 8 versus the Cardinals when he is eligible to return from his IR. He added that Tua has told him he has no desire to quit playing football despite having 4 concussions in 3 seasons. Doctors say that Tua has been constantly seeking information about his levels of CTE following the injury this season. Tua's new contract
has $124 million in injury guarantees, which the Dolphins would have paid if he couldn't return. Now, I don't know what Mike McDaniel. I like Mike McDaniel as a person. I think he's a great coach. I love him. I love his enthusiasm. I love everything about him. The fact that you're a coach and you're going to sit here and tell me that Tua is going to come back this year and you're okay with it after seeing what has happened to him in the last 2 seasons would only tell me you're incompetent. This is an organization that has, just like the Jets, the incompetent coaching that they've had over the years, just stupid. As we all know, Brian Flores is coaching as the defensive coordinator for the Minnesota and succeeding. Firing him made no sense, and that's why the organization could be in a better situation. I'm not saying that Mike McDaniel's not made the situation better, but Brian Flores was successful. He was winning. But this Tua thing has been a big problem. It's sad. If I was Tua's father or mother, or if I was his wife, I'd be telling him, like, listen, you're making hundreds of $millions. You're going to get $124 million guarantee. It's not worth your health. I know you love the game. I know you enjoy the game. I know you like the camaraderie. It's over. That's what I would tell him. And if I was running my organization, I would sit down with him and tell him, listen, I love you like a son. I want nothing but the best for you. This is not safe. This is not healthy. Do not come back this year. We'll come to that conversation next year. Right now, this is a very stupid move by the Dolphins. And they're only thinking, well, we still have a chance to win the division because both the Jets and the Buffalo Bills are not making this, a distance in the division. They're both teams that are up and down and up and down. And again, the organizations have failed to understand that when you see a quarterback like this, or any quarterback go down, or any play go down, as much as these guys have gone down, you know the CTE situation and what it's brought. Aaron Hernandez being one of them. Other guys that have killed innocent people because of the head trauma they had, or killed themselves. It's getting to a point where the NFL needs to step in and tell them, like, it's over, dude. It's not safe. This is not safe for you. You're putting yourself in harm's way. It's sad. And again, this is another thing with Aidan Hutchinson, and it is sad. Tua's career, not only his career, his life could be on the line. And it's scary. And just because he loves the game, and just because he wants to play and he wants to go out there and be competitive, he's going to put his life on the line, his family on the line, or children. I don't know if he has children. I mean, this isn't safe, and he should not go back out there this year. At least wait the season and decide what you're going to do at the end of the season when when the organization figures out what is best for you and what's best for the organization. I think this is a terrible move by Tua. This is a bad move by Mike McDaniel, coming out and saying that he's going to come back better. Of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say that. This is not a smart move. 4 concussions in 3 years.
Yeah, you better have a really good game plan if you're going to try to make this work with even trying to have him play at all. Nevertheless, win a game, but you have him play at all. You better have a quick offense the entire time, because this offensive line is one of the worst, if not the worst, in football this season too. With the Dolphins, they've had all kinds of injuries, and they're structured a lot like the Rams, where the Rams, when they won their Super Bowl, had a bunch of stars. They tried to make it work with these other fringe draft picks, but the Dolphins don't have draft picks either. Like, they had traded so much to get a lot of these players here, and as a result, they're paying the price in other areas too. And now you have about two-thirds of your salary cap all in passing game weapons. So you got to make sure that he's ready for the long term if he's going to play again. And I agree with you. There's a chance he probably won't at this rate. If he has a 5th concussion in his career, he's going to be done, and that's going to be even worse to just try to come back and go for this season.
This is a team that doesn't want to admit that they're finished. They don't want to admit that their entire system of, spending money on the shiny instrument, Tyreek Hill, and pairing him with Jalen Waddle and paying them was the smart decision. They didn't allocate money to where they needed it. They needed to protect him with the offensive line. They didn't do that. And it's a huge mistake. And now they don't have a quarterback that can get the ball to their shiny instruments, running these designer routes. Look, if you can't get the ball to Tyreek Hill, you shouldn't be playing in the NFL. That guy's open all the time. It doesn't make sense that they couldn't get it to him. And Skylar Thompson, I don't think anyone ever really thought that guy was much even that competent of a backup. And now they're going to Snoop Huntley, who's still in the league. I don't know how old he is. He feels like he's been around forever. And I don't see him every time he comes in. I don't see him with that many passing yards. He's a mobile guy and everything, but they can't get it to these really good receivers. It's not the type of guys that you want. You want to be able to ground and pound and do play action with a guy like that, and every once in a while catch him off guard with his speed. That's not the kind of offense. You wanted a pocket passer like Tua. You got to make a pocket. Well, you need a left tackle. You need a center who can help prevent A-gap pressures. That's what you need, and they
got
didn't
rid of two of those guys this offseason. I think
That's
Hudson
right.
and Connor Williams.
You're not going to pay for the guards. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's the number one thing you needed to do was protect this guy. And now, if he comes back, he's risking his entire future. I don't want to see this guy looking like Muhammad Ali did the last bunch of years of his life when he's in his 30s. Because that's what we're really talking about. He had concussions that looked worse than anyone else's concussions that I remember. How many concussions do you see that guys have their hands go stiff and you like black out, but like your eyes are open? Like he had to be carted off. It was the scariest concussion I've seen live on television. And I've seen a lot of concussions as a football coach. I see it all the time. I've had a handful of kids get a concussion this season. Most of them you don't even see when they happen because, and the kid, they don't look right. It's not something where it looks so bad that we're saying these things on the radio right now. This guy shouldn't play anymore. It's pretty obvious he shouldn't play anymore. And he definitely shouldn't play for a losing Dolphins team that's not going to protect him. They got to wrap this thing up and trade away those pieces. Tyreek Hill should be on the move. And I don't know what they're doing over there.
And by the way, Keith, again, you're mocking what I say, but Keith, if you keep it up, man, we're gonna have a serious conversation after the show because I'm getting tired of your smart ass remarks. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say, and that's all I'm gonna say with this. Keep it up, Keith, because I'm getting really tired of your bull crap. That's all I'm gonna say. As far as McDaniel, I do like McDaniel, and I'm not mocking McDaniel. I just think as a coach, you step in and you stand for something. And by the way, Brian Flores has been he was a pretty good coach over there in Miami, and I think he would have had just as much success as Mike McDaniel has had so far. As a matter of fact, I think he has. But when he was there. Now we got one more story to get into. The Yankees, it looks like the Jets are going to choke. Here we go. Josh Allen, they're going to punch it in and the game's going to be over. So I expected this to happen going into the fourth quarter. Actually, going into the second half, this is very Jet-like. The Jets have choked and they're going to continue to choke this season. It looks like they've just completely given up. The Yankees advance to the ALCS with a 3-1 series with win over the Royals. The Yankees bullpen did not allow an earned run in the series. Giancarlo Stanton had 6 hits and 4 RBIs in the series, including a home run. The Yankees will start with Carlos Rodon tonight, which they did. Garrett Cole in Game 2, Clark Schmidt in Game 3, and Luis Gil in Game 4 versus the Guardians. Here it is. Touchdown. Nope. He should have. The Mets advanced to the NLCS with a 3-1 series win over the Phillies. Mets pitchers got 38 strikeouts in 4 games in that series, 9.5 per game. The Mets have 45 wins, including the playoffs when losing after 7 innings, most in the MLB. The Mets lost 1 game of the NLCS against the Dodgers 9-0. They won today 6-3. I think it was 7-3. I'm sorry. Here comes the field goal. This is definitely going to be punched in. It doesn't matter if they got it. It actually makes it better that they're moving back and it's not close. So it doesn't really matter. They're going to punch this in. There's 3 minutes and 46 seconds left. Are you going to trust Greg the Leg to actually punch the ball in? We've seen him miss it how many times tonight? And did we against the Broncos when he had a chance to win the game? It's just pathetic. I don't trust Greg at all to even tie the game. And if Ulbrich, and I call him Old Bitch because it seems like that's what he's going to be. It looks like he'll fail as a head coach like Robert Saleh. Can't find a way to pick that or buy the win. The Yankees I did not expect them to beat the Royals. I admit it. I did not think they had any chance against the Royals because I didn't think they were fundamentally better than the Kansas City Royals. They've lost against fundamental teams over the years. Teams that are better defensively have better bullpens than they have. Now, the Yankees bullpen pitch very well, but again, and I know he likes to talk about Clay Holmes and everything. Clay Holmes, besides the last month of baseball, he was horrible. He lost his closing job. Okay, so I don't want to hear it. And as far as I'm concerned, yeah, they look like, and and again, Keith, if we go back to what I said that if the Yankees get through to Kansas City, I did say that the Yankees are going to have an easy streak to the World Series. Did I not say that? I think I remember saying that, if I'm not mistaken. Did I not say that, Speedy? I think I did.
Now when you bicker a lot.
Did I not say that?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Fish? Did I not say that? Yeah, I think I said that.
You definitely did. And, Keith just likes to listen to one thing and then assume all of us said it. I'm pretty sure you're the only one that said that, you didn't like the matchup with the Royals. I also think that the whole point wasn't that you didn't like it, is that the Orioles looked like they sucked at the time because they're so banged up. And of course everyone would have rather faced the Orioles. That's why they couldn't get past the Royals. So I don't know why Keith is going after you over something that's so nonsensical and not what we were talking about.
He's Jeff's butt buddy, and he's so snug. And when he was on the phone with Jeff, and I don't want to get too deep into it. When he was on the phone, when I actually let him on the phone with Jeff, he did nothing but kiss Jeff's ass. Okay. He'll sit there and say that he doesn't cut people off. And then Jeff told him, you got to stop, Keith. You got to stop. This is who Keith is. Keith could say whatever he wants. This is who he is. And whatever it is that he has this love fest for Jeff, and it's not, be their lovers. I don't give a crap. Don't come on the show and don't have the thought or the opinions of things that I never said, because you want to prove me wrong and you think you're always right when you're completely wrong most of the time. Okay. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter who's wrong or right. It's just opinion. But Keith, you don't know anything about that because you don't know how to host a show. And if you did, why are you coming on and calling the show and you barely have anything to say when you say it? You came and you called the show and you made your points. What were your points to anything that Braden Webb said? You couldn't even pronounce his name. Okay. And what were your points to what Michael McKenry said when it had nothing to do with what we were talking about? Just stupidity. And then you have all the things to say because you're so right about everything that comes out of your big fat mouth. All right. Finishing up, and just my opinion. I had the Yankees beating whoever they played in the ALCS if they got through the Royals. I think they beat Cleveland and beat Detroit. I'm not worried. I don't want to see them play the Mets, but I'm not worried about the Mets. I'm not worried about Los Angeles. If the Yankees get into the World Series, they haven't been in the World Series for how long? I mean, I'm happy that the Yankees are in the World Series. At least they're playing for a championship. And if the Mets beat them, so be it. The Mets beat them. All right? As far as I'm concerned, the Yankees deserve to be here. The Yankees earned to be here. Now, Aaron Boone wants to prove that he is better than what everybody thinks he was or is. Go out there and win a championship. You win a championship, no Yankee fan can say or will say that you can't win the big one and you're not a champion. You went out there, you did it, and that's all that matters. And it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, Yankee haters, Yankee fans, or Met fans, or Boston Red Sox fans. Just go out there and win, and everybody will shut up. That's all it takes is winning a big championship here in New York, getting that 28. Joe Girardi was trying to wear the number 28 all those years before he failed, and it never happened. Don't wear your 28. Don't do anything. Go out there. Be the manager I have always thought you were. I think you're one of the best managers the Yankees have ever had. And you can say whatever you want. That's my opinion. I think the P's and the Q's, anything that you have done over the years, there are some stupid things that you've done, but a lot of managers do stupid things. The fact is, you have never managed in your life before you took over this team. You were a broadcaster at ESPN. You took over this team with the pressure on you, and you have succeeded. And you know what you succeeded? Going to the playoffs every single year. And yes, you failed. You also bumped into a team that cheated, that maybe you win a World Series that year. Maybe everybody would take the conversation out of the closet on who you are and what you're all about. Just go out there and win. That's all that matters. If Aaron Boone does that, I think Jet fans, I think Yankee fans or any fans will just shut up and just stop with the moral abuse that he has had over the last couple of years. As far as the Mets are concerned, the Mets deserve all the accolades, where they are right now and where they could be in the future in the next couple of weeks. Lindor's hot. Alonso hit big shots. Mark Vientos is a young powerhouse. I mean, there's nothing bad to say about this team. I mean, they're ahead of schedule. Don't go out and spend money in the offseason no matter what. Go and spend it on the players that are there. Give the team a little boost. Don't go out there and overspend for nothing. You have a chance to win this year. You'll have a chance to win every year. And by the way, the Buffalo Bills took the ball. It's their ball. Yep. Game over for the Jets. Game over. There it is. It's just absolute. I'm honestly, and I'm going to speak the truth about this. This is one of the worst losses the Jets have had in a very long time. This is bad. Like really, really bad. There is no excuse to lose this game. None. It's just absolute. Greg Lake should be fired, okay? Not only fired, he should be tossed out. He shouldn't even be allowed in the locker room tonight after this game. He's the reason why this turmoil is done. It's just this game should have been done.
It's a crazy stat from tonight's game too. James Cook didn't play.
His hand went forward. That's going to be called back.
You know, Ray Davis is the running back.
His hand went forward. Is his hand not forward?
Yeah, they overturned it. Yep. You're good.
Hey, they'll have a chance, but they haven't led comebacks all year. You know, they've had 2 chances before. Let's see if the third time's a charm for Aaron Rodgers. They just need to get a field goal, but they can't even hit a 32-yarder or a 42-yarder today, apparently. So maybe they need a touchdown. It's getting to that point.
He's fighting, and I knew he's fighting this. So I knew he was going to fight this. So
they've almost given. He's got 21 touches, 3 catches for 55 yards, and 18 carries for 91 yards. I've never even heard of Ray Davis other than him being like on the depth chart of the Bills. What's going on with this rush defense? How is that really happening? That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's really the story here. If their receivers aren't good enough to get open against the Jets secondary, the Jets should have had them on lockdown all game. I know DJ Reed got hurt earlier, but I mean, still, Kincaid is a tight end. They have good linebackers. Curtis Samuel wouldn't be on anyone's starting roster. That's their number 1 receiver right
Who's
now.
First commitment? Who is this? I don't know.
Who we got over here?
Errol, your shoulders are looking nice tonight. Thank you. I don't
First commitment, equestrian, so a horseback rider.
I don't know who that is.
It must be Michael McKenry's equestrian company because he was mentioning your tattoos a lot.
Well, thank you, whoever that was. Thank you.
And I'll respond to Snug while we're on the topic of tattoos. This video, the tattoo.
Errol, I always knew you were huge in the equestrian community. I've been told this.
I'm not a horseback rider, so I don't ride horses.
They're big fans of the program,
I
though.
ride horses. I haven't rode a horse since I was like 8.
Sure about that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that you do like to ride things, right?
I haven't rode a horse since I was 8.
But do you like riding things? You like riding things?
Depends on what it is.
What do you like to ride?
Give me a specific, and I'll tell you yes or no.
Do you like to ride things?
Give me an example, and I will tell you yes or no.
I don't know what you ride.
Well,
what do you ride?
Give me an example.
Do you ride something?
I don't know.
You don't know what you ride, but you.
I do.
Okay.
I want an example.
I don't know an example. I'm asking you what you like to ride.
Name a vehicle or an animal.
I'm asking you what you like to ride.
Use your second grade brain and name a vehicle or an animal. It's very simple.
Listen, I'm just asking.
Fish, ask all your kids to name tomorrow to name vehicles and animals. I'm sure they can do
tomorrow?
it faster than him.
No tomorrow or yes tomorrow. Away tomorrow.
What, Fish gonna teach a class right now to
economics would tell you that you like to throw things, right?
How does that have anything to do with economics?
It has nothing to do with economics. It's exactly why I'm bringing it up.
And you can't even name an animal or a vehicle. So
I don't know. What do you like to ride?
Name an animal or a vehicle.
All right, I'm done.
How about a rattlesnake?
I will not ride a rattlesnake.
Oh, there it is.
God, I will definitely not ride a rattlesnake.
Please. I wonder who that is running and walking down as Austin 316.
I will definitely not ride a rattlesnake.
Well,
Doug, I will not ride a polar bear either. Answer
Mr.
your question about
Rattler is rattling up Speedy's you-know-what, right?
God,
no. Anyway.
You know, he kind of looked okay, I thought, Rattler. He wasn't great at all, but he was okay.
All right.
It looks better than this.
Now let me respond to Snug's tattattoo, because yes, I do have to get a tattoo of a polar bear if the Mets do win the World Series. That was my bet with Snug.
What is he doing? What are you running backwards
It was for the crazy, unrealistic expectations of the Mets at the start of the year. But Snug, to answer your question, I do think they are built for a longer series. I mean, game one was a bad blemish, but Jack Flaherty pitched well. He's a good pitcher. And the Mets were they had the layoff, and that kind of thing is eventually was going to happen to a team that was just streaking and riding the momentum against a rival. And game two, they bounced back nicely. And you mentioned Vientos, he's been the most consistent hitter all playoffs for the Mets. And I think they have the bullpen that's versatile, the starting pitching that could pitch in the bullpen too. And that's what I like in this series for the Mets. As far as the Yankees, I agree with you, Errol. I think this is a good matchup for them because the Guardians' starting depth concerns me. And you saw them take the Royals starting depth to longer outings where they didn't have to go as long into the games. 90 pitches in the 5 innings. I think Reagan's was the only one who went into the 6th inning. And Cleveland, it's not the same starting depth as it was 2 years ago when they played and Guardians almost won. So I like the Yankees as well.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I like the Yankees for the reasons everyone's saying. I don't think this Cleveland team has enough offense. Jose Ramirez didn't have his best season this year. He's still a great player. Lane Thomas was a great trade deadline acquisition. But again, these are just guys that would be somewhere near the outside of Ramirez, of course. It would be near the bottom half of the Yankees lineup. The Yankees have a great lineup. They're getting healthy at the right time. The bullpen looks great. Clay Holmes as a setup man, I'm okay with if he can pitch like this. I never really liked him. You know, he had some really good stretches as a closer, but I always thought he had this stuff more of a setup man. And the way Luke Weaver's pitching, which is just the Yankees just find these guys, kind of like how they found Holmes. Luke Weaver's untouchable right now. He's got a great changeup. He's kind of a slight guy. He's not that big, and he just really is just having his way with players right now. So the Yankees have it going. I don't think that even if it has to go longer, I don't think the Cleveland Guardians can keep up with them. The Mets, though, this is a real interesting series because the Dodgers are not at 100%. Their offense, Freddie Freeman has not looked healthy at all out there. He had to take a game off in the previous series. He's not the same guy as they're expecting. But Mookie Betts is Mookie Betts, and Shohei Ohtani is Shohei Ohtani. So this is a really tough lineup to get through. If Flaherty's going to pitch well and Yamamoto pitches well, that's a tough thing to handle. But they don't have the depth. The Mets have had all these heroics. It's very up in the air. The Mets have to do it. I think Viento's kind of a butcher at third base, but I love the way he's hitting. I think he's doing some really nice things. The grand slam today, the clutch hitting in previous series, and then the race to get the playoff spot. They have a nice young core. Nimmo's a really good player. They've done a lot of good things. It might be a Subway Series, guys. I actually would lean towards that right now. And I don't think anyone would have thought that was happening back when what's his face? Was it Lopez was throwing the glove into the stands?
Yeah, Jorge Lopez. Yeah.
That was this season. That was mid-season.
And then he went to go sign with almost Mets manager Craig Counsell, I think, a month later.
It's pretty crazy that was this season. So the Mets have really gone everywhere. So I think the only important question that's left to ask is, Speedy, is your polar bear tattoo, number one, does it have to have an Alonso jersey on it? And number two, what are the top 3 locations on your body for this polar bear tattoo if you have to choose?
Well, I would not really care.
It's intercepted.
I would not.
And there's the game.
I wouldn't really care specifically. I would prefer it probably. in my lower part of my midsection of my body, I guess is the best way to put it, because there's issues with the top of my back. Let's just put it that way. It has to be big enough. I'll suffice that to snug. Like, it'll have to be big enough to show the power of the polar bear. And so I would probably go for like a lower midsection area.
That was a great
lower midsection. What?
It's so my back has issues.
You don't have to explain. Any of that.
Think of it like that.
Saying,
I'm honoring Snug's bet though, because it's a polar bear. Like, it kind of has to be big.
Okay.
I know you weren't here for the original of it. This was last year. That was.
Honestly, I'm done watching this team.
You were watching the Jets, and Speedy tells us.
Dude, I've been watching the Jets the whole time. I'm just tired of watching this garbage football. And then Mike Williams goes down, pretending that he's hurt. I mean, he goes down. He's like, oh, he puts his head over his head. Dude, you're not hurt. Okay, that was horrible. You ran a terrible. You didn't run the right route. This has been the problem for this team from the beginning. The season is over. So I am good. I'm good with this team. I'm good watching this team. I'm done. Put a fork, put a nutsack in them. It's over. Okay. I'm done. I'm done watching this team. It is embarrassing the way they play tonight. And there is no excuse for this loss. Buffalo did not win this game. The Jets lost this game. They lost this game. They gave this game away.
All right,
Speedy, I almost want the Yankees to lose to the Mets just to see you get this polar bear tattoo with Alonso's jersey on it on your quote-unquote lower midsection.
No, that Snug has confirmed. It has to cover my entire back now, and it has to include a cap and jersey. So the polar bear
cap and jersey
and a lot of jersey. Okay, this will be quite an elaborate tattoo if the Mets somehow are able to pull it off.
Almost want that to happen.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny about it? You know what, Keith? You know what, Keith? I'm going to tell you what, Keith. Just to shut you up, I'm gonna do something for you. I'm going to get. We're gonna have. You think you know the Yankees? You think you're so you know your Yankees? You're the smart guy. I challenge you in a Yankee trivia where I will blow you out of the effing water. And after I'm done with you and I wash you away because you think you know everything about the Yankees, after that's done, okay, you, my friend, could put a mute on you. You can never talk your crap on this show again because you think you know. How about this? I challenge you to a Yankee trivia, you big fat piece of garbage. How's that? How's that? Take that. You're a piece of garbage. That's what I'm going to say. You are a piece of garbage. You think you're a Yankee fan? You think you know? And dude, this isn't a joke either. This isn't just the show. I'm calling you out because you're a complete asshole. That's what you are. I'm calling your stupidity out on this show. Any day, anytime, big mouth. Any day. You're not funny. You're not. This isn't. You want to kiss Jeff's ass? You want to kiss Snug's ass? Go right ahead, buddy. This is not a game. I am going to burn you in what you think your knowledge is when it comes to the Yankees, which is nothing. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Because you know. You think you know. Take that and sink that, you little piece of shit. How's that? And you can take that. And you want to do it, don't call my show after. Don't call me after the show either. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious now. Anyways, that's it, guys. I'm good. I cursed like 3 times on this show. I didn't want to, but I did what I had to, you know. It's done. I don't think he's funny. I don't think it's anything anymore. I think he's a complete ass. And he's not funny anymore. And you want to ride somebody's jockstrap. You want to ride somebody's jockstrap. Don't try to climb my jockstrap because it's not going to work. So, anyways, thank you to Braden Webb, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. He was fantastic. We loved him. He was fantastic. Thank you to Michael McKenry, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Fantastic. As always, they're 2 great guys, 2 great personalities. We love them. And thank you for joining us as always. Thank you to all the fans except Keith for, Keith being Keith, who I can't stand now even more than I ever did. So now I really can't stand him. And until he accepts the challenge and loses, because he's going to lose, after I'm done with him, and there's no excuses either, Keith, after you lose, because you think you know the Yankees, after you lose, okay, after you lose, I want you to zipper your fat friggin' mouth because you will lose. I am telling you right now, you're going to lose. And I'm not even going to call. I'll have these guys write up the questions. I won't even ask what it is. I won't even ask what it is. You think you know? You think you know about the Yankees? You think you have a quality of knowledge because you just know about everything? How about this? How about any baseball question besides the Yankees? I'd still blow you out of the water because you don't know crap. You think you know, but you don't. And that's all I'm going to say about you. I don't even want to keep saying it. I don't even want to keep bringing you up into the conversation. It's worthless. Okay? Yeah, so whatever. Whatever, Keith. You keep talking. You're digging yourself into a bigger hole because you've dug yourself into enough tonight. You did it when Jeff was on the phone, by the way. You did it enough. You proved to me who you really are. So that's what you're honestly, in layman's terms, you're a bitch. That's what you are. That's what you are. That's what you are. And that's not even a curse because that's a female dog. That's what you are. You're a female dog. You want an alpha? Go ask Jeff to ride you. He's probably your alpha. He snugs alpha. I mean, you guys are all riding up the alpha's ass. So, anyways, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody enjoyed this show. We will be back on Wednesday and smiles, let me tell you. And maybe you should accept that trivia, competition so I can embarrass him in front of the world, in front of everybody, to show him how much he really doesn't know and how much he thinks he knows about his best sport or his most known sport because he knows best because he's Keith. Anyways, he wouldn't do it anyways because he would be embarrassed that I blow him out of the water. I'm younger than him, and I probably have more knowledge about the Yankees in the past than he ever did. So, anyways, that's it. We will be back. Who do we have on Wednesday?
The only guest confirmed right now is at 8 o'clock. Longtime NFL kicker, ex-kicker John Carney will be joining us. He played about 20 years in the NFL, many different teams. I'm trying to see if our friend Nick Goody will come back on as well with the Yankees and Guardians. We'll see. He might be coming back on as well. I'll keep that in mind. But right now, confirmed John Carney, longtime NFL kicker.
Anyways, and by the way, Keith, nobody mocked you. We said that you were right about Kansas City, and then you went all over the place, and then you attacked our guests, which is a no-no on this show. So I'm sorry. You got something to say it off air. You don't have to go into the filing to kiss everybody's ass because that's what you do. You like to kiss people's ass, and that's fine. On a radio show, we give you a time to speak, and we give you the opportunity to have your own opinion. But your opinions on the way you're attacking it and saying stupid things is not an opinion. It's just you mocking who you are and what you really all about. So that's just my opinion. So that's it. What's going on right now? Did he get a first down? It looks like he did.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. All right. Well, the game's over. Congratulations. As the Jets choked once again. Anyways, that's it. We'll talk about this on Wednesday. I'm pretty much done talking about this. Anyways, good night. We'll talk to you then.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about John?